Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican or he's verbis Latino.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. I'm just finishing my breakfast, too. Got a little bit of oatmeal here to go, so hang in there with me. Oh, wow, that's super bright. Like, the room is bright. The camera is really good at picking up. It's not actually that bright in here. Let's turn down the lights a little bit. Keep the mood going a little bit better. Actually, a little brighter. 14. There we go. All right. Welcome, one and all. Myron says, the Lego stream was pretty cool, Scott. Thank you. That was a lot of fun. Completely surprised by the fact that they brought in Brandy. Brandy just showed up unannounced, which is awesome. I have not been able to stream with Brandy for a long time. Her schedule basically is packed because she is amazing. And talking about Brandy Churchill, by the way, who's over there with True Crime Junkie on the True Crime Junkie channel, being the face of a huge organization, the True Crime organization, the Crime Junkie organization that, is Crime Junkie Jury. Now I can't remember. I got the name all wrong. Brandy, apologize for that, but Brandy's doing awesome stuff. And if you want a deep dive into this case, or pretty much any other she's covered, that's the place to go. She's got podcasts on this. She's got all of the follows and everything else, and she's streaming this live as well. So great. Crime Junkie Jury. Oh, my goodness. Thank you. CJJ. That's what it was. But amazing. If you aren't subscribed over there, you should. Brand new channel. Just they set up for this trial and for Brandy covering it. So it's worth a subscribe for sure. But wonderful. I really appreciate her taking time out of her day. And she was busy to take 3 hours out and do a live stream. That's amazing. And thanks, of course, to MLS, Making Law Simple. Valhalla awaits, and it's always wonderful to be there with Wendy as well. It was a lot of fun. And I got my Legos done on time. Which I just want to put that out there. I finished on time. Let's see. I need some remotes. Let's see. How are my cameras looking? Good? Better? Maybe not? There we go. Good. All right. In focus enough. I have to thank Greeners, who should be on screen right now. Greeners, congratulations, my friend. You're first in chat this morning, bright and early. And Greeners did something that has never been done before. I mean, there have been many people. I would even say there have been hundreds. Over 700 people have won the internet by being first in chat on this channel. But Greeners did something this morning that has never been done before. And that is, he won the internet by being first in chat. And then before anyone else could say anything else, he also gifted a super chat. Never before has anyone been able to get both those things done before anyone else talked in chat. And props to you, Greeners. Thank you. I obviously benefit from all the attempts you've made thus far. But you can stop trying now because you now have claimed a title that no one, I think, can take from you. It was brilliant. Congratulations. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate your support of the channel. You can basically retire now at the top of your game if you'd like, being the GOAT, the greatest of all time. Good luck with the internet today. Keep it running for the rest of us. We'll all be happy. Jennifer Juniper gifted a membership this morning. Kelly H. gifted a membership. Charlene O'Donnell, member for 13 months, says, been here since Letitia. I work while I work. I lurk while I work. Wouldn't be anywhere else. Thank you, RA and mods. Thank you, Charlene. Let's see. Mama Drama MD, member for 24 months. The OG. I'm so excited. I've officially hit Pink Courthouse Quest Reward. Thanks, Mrs. RA and RA community, for making this such a fun place to watch court. Mama Drama, congratulations. Wouldn't be the same without you here. Stephanie, member for 14 months. I've enjoyed every minute of it. I've laughed, I've cried, and screamed at some of these cases. Thank you for that. Well, we like to keep your blood pumping. Give you something to yell at occasionally. Brady B, hope you had a fantastic weekend, my friend, as well. All right. Green is killing chat stats. We should probably make a song about that. I like how that rhymes. Let's see. There's the goat and there's the goat. He's the greeners of all time. I think he is. Lacey, member for 8 months. Welcome to the gallery. Now my camera's too dark. Is that a little better? Seems blurry. Focus on my hand, please. Can that work? Yeah, that's close enough. Here's my oatmeal. Let me finish that so you don't have to stare at that. We are on day 9 of the Karen Reed trial, which is coming up rapidly. And it's going to be spicy. It's going to be good. I was going to say it's going to be May, but it is May already. We already missed the International Justin Timberlake Awareness Day on April, the end of April. Is it 31 or 30 days? September, April, 30 days in September. So we missed Justin Timberlake Day. Sorry about that, Justin. But today, May the 4th be with you. It was yesterday. That was it. We missed that as well. Cinco de Mayo today. So there's always something to catch around this time. We're a little bit late, but here we are. Happy Cinco de Mayo. Uh-oh. Hang on. Hey, can you hear me? Okay, here's what I did. I went out and I bought. Do you hear that? That terrible sound? I went out and I bought these adapters to adapt my audio to USB-C. And guess what isn't working? Hey, Angela, hang on one second. Angela's trying to call. I'm trying to get this to work. I got to do Bluetooth. Are you connecting a pair of headphones? Let's say headphones. Okay, are you there now? I'm not sure.
Yes, I'm here.
I still can't hear you on my headset, though. Hang on. Bluetooth. I have to forget the device and then try again. I can hear you, but nobody else can is the problem. So there we go. Connected. All right, now they can hear you over Bluetooth. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. And Tisha, I promise I'll be quick. I'm actually calling regarding, I found something that you said on one of the previous podcasts about, you remember those forbidden noodles that are like forbidden in Denmark? You talked about it on the podcast that you wish you could try it, and the prices on the eBay are like crazy. Well, I found it for like less than $3 a pack.
And what are they again? They're the forbidden.
So they're like extra spicy, and that's why they're like no bueno in Denmark.
They're
like,
deadly. They're deadly, is what you're trying to say. People die trying these.
Yeah, it says 3 spicy on the pack. So yeah, I found it, and it would be nice for you. I mean, since we're talking about spiciness and this trial being spicy, I mean, we can add more spiciness to it, you know.
So go ahead and try it. Risk your life. Thank you for that, Angela. I appreciate that. Thanks for doing that hard work to make me suffer. I'll think it over. I'm making no commitment yet. It's still early in the morning. I'm not quite fully awake. I usually don't make contracts that could involve my mortality this early in the day. So
okay. In my defense, I was not looking for them specifically when I was at the store. I was looking actually to buy something else, and someone in front of me bought those noodles. Then I saw that you can buy them at the store. So that's how I found them.
All right.
In my defense.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I don't believe you.
So.
Angela, thank you very much. I will go look for the spicy noodles. Thanks. We'll see you. Bye-bye. Oh man, I don't want those. I don't want those. They're too hot. Okay, I'm trying to hang up, but it doesn't hang up. Angela might be with us forever. I don't know. All right. A couple things I need to get to. Let's see. Lacey, member for 8 months. Welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much, Lacey. Good morning, Babs. Great to have you here. Why is this not letting me? Scroll wheel is not scroll wheeling. Okay, there's Lacey. Lee, member for 27 months. One of our OGs. OG. Wow, 27 months. Where has the time gone? Emily Aarons, member for 13 months, over the year mark as well. Thank you, Emily. Let's see. OG Sean White. Did someone say OG? You are here, Sean. Thank you very much for your OG-ness. Trina Grant, member for 21 months. Another OG. Congratulations. Trina, welcome. Little Lou. Somehow, for some reason, you showed up on the fan funding page as taking a seat. Thank you. Thank you for being a subscriber and a member. Appreciate that. All right. Good morning, Buttercup. If you guys watch the podcast, you'll know that Saturday was a very eventful day for us. We went to the Battleship. Full transparency, I did not get to participate in the attempt to break the world record with the barbecue sandwiches. Even though I went the night before, that didn't count till Saturday. While trying to drive to go there, with my whole family in the car, minus my married son, who's away, obviously, and should stay that way. That's what happens when you get married. 70 miles an hour, Mrs. R.A. driving, 2-lane backcountry road, just narrow little road, zipping along, a blowout on the back tire. Props to Mrs. R.A. for not letting it lose control and flip the vehicle and roll us into the ditch in the forest and never be found until, who knows when. But changing a tire on that vehicle became a fun challenge. And big props to the Freeman family, whose house we limped along to and used their driveway because you can't pull off the road. If you pull off the road, you're in the ditch and you can't get back out without a tow truck. And so it was wonderful to hang out with them. My kids played with their kids for a little while we figured out how to change the tire on this vehicle, which I know how to change a tire in theory. I just don't do it very often. And then finding the right parts and where they hide them on the vehicle, I would not have been able to do it without Mrs. R.A. reading the instructions from the car owner's manual step by step. So thank you to her as well. And my son also did a lot of the hard work, climbing under and making, getting the tire to drop down properly. It was a lot of fun. Anyway, we're back. We're safe. Everything was good. I missed out the barbecue sandwiches. I hope they got the world record anyway. I have not checked. And we came home and I was thinking, I need to do a live stream of the mourning doves that are underneath my eave, right outside my front door, because the birds have hatched in the nest there, and they're really cute, and they're like, ooh, ooh, ooh. They do the little cooing thing. Pop out the front door and the nest is gone. It's on the ground, and I look down next to the ground, and there's, 2.5, 3 foot snake with bump in it. So I found the birds in the snake. The snake got away. It's currently under our house, and Miss R.A. wants to move now, like right now. So there you go. I could show you. I might be able to even show you the video. Let's see if I can get everything to work properly. While we wait for court to begin. Where's my tally counter? Does anyone see my tally counter? There it is. We have some birthdays to celebrate before court begins. So we have to do it right now. Here we go. Sorry, I got carried away. Josh, thanks for the reminder. Everyone stand up where you are. Take a deep breath. Shoulders back. Project your voice to the back of the room. Blend your voice with your neighbor. Warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. There we go. Sierra, Annie, Lindsay Bay, and Tisha S. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sierra, Annie, Lindsay Bay, and Tisha S. Happy birthday to you. Sierra, Annie, Lindsay Bay, Tisha S., all of you. Today is your special day. It's a wonderful day. It's all yours. I realize there are a million places you could be and a million people you could have celebrated with, but you've chosen to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully we're going to turn some of that back to you and make your day a little more special, or begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's House, Bob Evans, and Andy's Grill. Let's see. I'm a murderer, cleaned dryer vent, and had nest eggs with and had nest with eggs. I feel bad. Oh, Sean. Sometimes birds choose the worst place to make a nest. All right, pancakes all around. Enjoy your pancakes. Court is about to begin. I'm not sure nature is metal. It is so. The circle of life. Yeah, it was something else. So, in sort of to continue the process, Saturday I also went out and bought more birdseed because Kiki was hungry. So I guess I'm sort of encouraging it a little bit. Because the bird, when I spread the bird seed out, which the birds only like black oil sunflower seeds. They leave everything else, even the little ones. So with the black oil sunflower seeds, we get the little house wren type things all the way up to the big, huge blue jays. Some of those blackbirds with the yellow eyes and the long tail. We get the cardinals come in for that. We get the ones that that make all the noise during the night. The mockingbirds. There's a drum solo. Here we go. Yeah, that's not nice. It's not nice to who created me. Let's see. Here we go. Everyone help me with the drum solo here. Ready? Thank you. Big finish. Happy birthday. Can I get a birthday burrito instead of pancakes, please? Sure. Order up. Went to the battleship, the Wilmington battleship on Saturday. Walked around there. And it was pretty cool because like 3 times a year they open up the battleship. It's decommissioned USS North Carolina is what it is. So it sits. It's not in dry dock. It's moored, but it's been there so long it's sitting in like 20 feet of mud. So it's not moving, right? It's almost. It looks like it's like lashed to the shore in a big huge area they trenched out. They floated it there, but it's been there so long the silt's just built up and it's not going anywhere. Anyway, 3 times a year they open up like the lower decks, and we got to go down inside the ship, and had a lot of fun. Had some actors there reenacting how things went, how the post office works on the ship, and the radio rooms and everything else printing. It was really, really cool. So definitely worth the $14 per person they charge when it's normally free. All right. We are about to be back, waiting for court to start this morning. Clearly, it has not yet. We're wondering if maybe somebody's late like they were the other day. I think we had some defense individuals who made it a little bit late to court. I think Karen Reed was the last to show up last time around. So that could be the case here. We get our counter going. On this particular trial, we are counting sirens. Which is actually 2 things. It's how many times people sigh. All those are sighs. Mine don't count, of course. But we're counting those, and we're up to 84. We're also counting how many times there are different police or fire truck sirens that occur. So I'm not sure who has done more. It's sort of like 50-50 between the sighs and the sirens. So we even got a sigh. One of those sighs even belonged to AJ. So Great to see everyone participating in the program. Oh, might have some sound. That's our 2-minute warning, I think. Today we may have Brian Albert. We've started into the butt dial section of the witnesses, and once we're in that section, we seem to be there forever. So butt dials have begun. We got some butt texts and some butt dials with Jen McCabe. We're about to get some more, and it should be really, really good. Big shout out to Katie Russin. Says, got my best friend Leslie in the chat today. Leslie, welcome. Katie's awesome, by the way. Katie's awesome. Welcome. Good to have you here. Leslie, please feel at home. Wander about the place. Feel free to pick everything up, touch it, see what it does. Everything works except for the chairs for you, unfortunately, unless you become a member. But that can happen as well. Just make sure your gifted settings turned on and then participate in chat. There's a good chance you might receive a gifted membership, if any are given. But Tex has a talented butt. You have no idea, Genjo. We are going to hear some testimony that will almost make you want to try an experiment at home. I don't know how you do that, but how does one attempt a butt text just to see if it's possible? Don't send me any videos. I don't want to know. Just I'm curious from the scientific standpoint, but the mental image is already troubling. I thought John O'Keefe's brother was next, Paul. I think he is, but we might. I don't think he's.
You are unmuted.
Thankfully, we're unmuted now.
Okay. All right, why don't I see counsel at sidebar?
Sidebar. And that sidebar came with a sigh. I'm counting it. Sidebar. Bah. Like that. So, sidebar begins. Contrast seems a little bit high on our picture today. Seen a lot of, maybe the purple's just a little vibrant. Maybe it's the purple screen that's reflecting off. I think it is. The TV has a purple. That's what it is. TV has a purple screen on it. It's bright and it's reflecting off everyone's hair and the surfaces of the room. Rebecca's in the lab today counting and identifying dead mosquitoes, so I will be lurking. We will try not to say any numbers while you're counting, Rebecca, so that we don't make you start over, because no one wants to start over again. Why does this judge always sound so bothered? Maybe she needs a new job. No, I actually like her. She started to grow on me, even her little idiosyncrasies. Let's see. Mr. Wolf. Is Mr. Wolf there? Do we see Mr. Wolf? We get the replay machine set up. Relink clips. Okay, found everything back. Today. Amanda H, look at that. You just hit the 24-month member milestone. Says, woohoo, I'm finally pink. Happy Monday, everyone. Thanks for the age. TNT, 2 years. Thanks for the agent, 2 years of trial watching. Amanda, I think spell check got you there. Or I'm just not picking up what you're putting down. But 2 years. 2 years. That is awesome. Amanda, congratulations. Thank you very much for your support. Oh, Mr. Wolf or Mr. Wolk, the tech guy, the tech help who sits sideways behind the defense counsel is who you're talking to. I thought you were talking about ARCA being there for some reason. And he has not come into testimony yet. That's going to be in the defense's case. But okay, I will watch for the tech guy to see if apparently we have a tech girl. We upgraded. We upgraded. Heather Lay, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much, Heather Lay. Who's on the stand today? Well, Jen McCabe is done. She's done. And I think we get Paul, who's the gentleman in the back right in blue, long sleeve shirt there, just in front of the reporters. I think he's up. Tech guy, upgrade to tech girl. It's wonderful. This is a trial of Brian's and Wolfes. Wolves. Is it wolves or wolves? Some people say wolves. I'm not sure if that's right either. It's one wolf, two wolves. Wolves would be like woof, woof. There would be two woofs. The whole trial is slated for 8 weeks. We are 2 weeks down, so just 6 more to go. Just a little month and a half, and we'll be good. Do we ever find out why Paul got put in timeout? I have not worried much about that. It probably had to do with some sort of reactions or facial expressions, which I think would have been visible to the jury or to Karen Reed that were, the issue was raised to the judge. And we know from the judge's rulings previously that she is very mindful of the sacrosanct right of the defendant to receive a fair trial. She does not want to, and that's why ARC is coming in against her wishes. ARC is coming in because the defendant has a right to a fair trial, even though all these other problems existed. So probably it was something along those lines, out of caution to make sure there's no appeal. She does not want a round 3 in this trial. I don't think anybody does. But it would not be Wolves because it's a surname. So Wolfeses. You're right, Samantha. Thank you for this. We still have the crime lab lady who was testifying. And she was new. She's a new person, right? We did not see her in round 1. So they got a different individual this time around. Not a problem, because there are probably a number of people that can do a lot of this testimony. Jen has been vocal on it and said it was the defense lawyer's fault. Could have been Mr. Yannetti, who would have had the best view there. But Mr. Yannetti has moved over. Everyone sort of shifted over. Mr. Alessi, who typically is closest to the camera, is now here. Miss Little is taking Mr. Alessi's seat. Mr. Jackson took Miss Little's seat. Karen Reed took Mr. Jackson's seat, and Mr. Yannetti is sitting in Karen Reed's seat. So everyone shuffle to the right. Yannetti, move around back to the back, and switch out our tech guy. Is pretty much how this morning has gone so far. And other than that, we are ready to begin. The prosecution has pretty much maintained that order, as best I can tell. I'm not sure about the two ladies on the far side, if they've switched. But I think we're waiting for the jury. Musical chairs noted on the bingo card. Excellent, excellent. Who is the former juror on her team? That might be the lady who's in the tech guy's spot. As a matter of fact, it looks like her. She might be the one. Is it raining outside? I see like what looks like an umbrella and maybe possibly a raincoat or two. There in the back behind defense.
All rise to the jury, please.
Yes, on the raining, says Katie 214. It is raining there. That's wonderful. It's foggy here, very foggy. I've heard the speculation that a juror complained about Paul O'Keefe. I haven't seen any confirmation of that. And it probably, because we only know of one juror that stayed after a little bit. That was a few days before that change was made. It probably was defense, honestly. The prosecution's not going to complain about him doing that. Obviously, it's to their benefit. So it's most likely from defense.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, juries. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
I understood that the defense informed they were still on cross-examination.
I'm sorry.
I got nervous.
Okay. I thought that we were done with that witness.
No, I had said to cut me off so that we could end early, but no, I have more.
Okay, I didn't know that. I'm glad Mr. Brennan knew that. All right, come back in, Ms. Knowles, please.
Ms. Knowles returns. This is not going to be spicy. This is not. This is more procedural, I think.
Ms. Knowles, I'll remind you you're still under oath. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Good morning, Ms. Knowles.
Good morning.
Ma'am, on Friday, you testified to this jury about the fact that the Mass State Police Crime Lab is accredited as a forensic lab, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you discussed the fact that as a forensic chemist 4, you help to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements, and making sure that you're complying with accreditation standards, correct?
Yes, that's one of my job duties and responsibilities.
You also acknowledge that in contrast to the accreditation standards of your forensic lab, the standards of a hospital lab may be different, correct?
I have no direct knowledge of what the standards at a hospital are, and so I can't say whether they're the same or if they're different. I'm just unfamiliar with them.
Okay. And you're unfamiliar with the standards at Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of their accreditation status or requirements or body.
And you know that they were the ones to do the blood draw in this case, correct?
That's consistent with the medical records I had available for review prior to preparing my report.
And you cannot vouch for that ethanol testing, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of the accuracy or reliability. My calculations are solely based on the results of the Good Samaritan lab.
For instance, you don't know how the arm was prepared when the blood was drawn?
Correct. I was not present, and I have no knowledge of the policies and procedures of blood draw at Good Samaritan Hospital, or this case specifically.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Excuse me. You can't vouch for the tubes and vials that Good Samaritan uses?
Correct. I cannot.
Are you aware that there was a recall on certain tubes and vials because there was a contamination determined by the manufacturer?
Objection.
Sustained.
You can't vouch for how Good Samaritan stores, preserves, and assures the integrity of its equipment, correct?
I objected last trial.
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of those topics.
Now, excuse me. At your lab, you do both a screening test and a confirmatory test, correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
The confirmatory test is a second and separate test. You rerun the same sample again, correct?
Depending on the type of samples that are submitted and the facts of the case, we will either use the same sample that screened positive or that sample as well as another to run duplicate analysis and compare them. It depends on the materials available and the nature of the case.
Understood. So you do that to ensure that there's no error in the testing, correct?
It's part of many of the steps involved to ensure accuracy and reliability of the results that are reported.
And you realize that when you're doing this testing, because you're a forensic lab, you may ultimately be testifying in court, and you want to make sure you get it right, correct?
Yes.
And the confirmatory test acts as a fail-safe against false positives, for example.
Correct. The screening and the confirmatory test are typically using different methodologies or different techniques to ensure that a false positive under one technique would not have similar issues with the confirmatory technique.
Okay. In this case, your lab did not do any confirmatory testing, correct?
My lab did not have samples submitted for this individual to perform testing on.
You know of no confirmatory testing that was done by Good Samaritan, correct?
I don't know what their policies and procedures are, and if the results on the report were the results of confirmatory testing or otherwise.
You just had to assume the accuracy of the testing that they did do, correct?
I used the results that were reported on the medical records provided to perform calculations.
And you cannot testify that the testing done at Good Samaritan meets your accreditation standards, correct?
Correct.
Now, your lab does whole blood testing, does it not?
If whole blood is submitted for a case, then we will test whole blood. If serum or plasma is the only available sample appropriate for testing, then we will proceed with testing on serum or plasma.
Whole blood testing leads to more accurate readings of the percentage of alcohol in somebody's blood, correct?
Correct. If you would like to know the percentage of alcohol in someone's blood, the best sample to test would be their blood.
And you've learned through your training and experience that many hospitals, including Good Samaritan, use a different method of testing than whole blood testing, correct?
Yes.
Good Samaritan uses serum or plasma testing as opposed to whole blood testing.
I'm not familiar with their specific technique or methodology. I haven't undergone training for their methods, but it is my understanding that the type of sample used for their method is serum or plasma.
Now, whole blood
very
includes
careful with his words.
Plasma, but it also includes white blood cells, platelets, and red blood cells, correct?
Correct. Typically, we describe serum or plasma as the liquid portion of blood, and the other cellular components that you described typically are removed or separated before testing.
Plasma has a higher water content than red blood cells, white blood cells, or platelets, right?
Yes, it is.
Alcohol is highly soluble in water, is it not?
Yes.
So alcohol has a better affinity with water. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
That means that alcohol prefers to distribute into the more watery components of blood, correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
And that also means that alcohol is found in higher concentrations in serum and plasma testing than in whole blood testing, correct?
That's correct. That difference in water content is the basis of the serum conversion that I described on Friday.
Okay. So a lab like Good Samaritan's, that in this case did serum or plasma testing, will therefore provide results of blood alcohol concentration that are higher than what the true blood alcohol concentrations are, correct?
The serum alcohol or plasma alcohol concentrations that they report on their medical records would be higher than the corresponding blood alcohol concentration. That's correct.
So to translate the Good Samaritan results into a more accurate reading of blood alcohol content, you need to convert the serum and plasma results to what those results would be in whole blood testing, correct?
I'll allow it. Can you answer it as stated?
Yes. The accuracy of the value isn't changed by the reading. It's a different value. It's a serum or plasma alcohol concentration versus an estimated blood alcohol concentration. So if it is helpful or relevant to know what the whole blood analysis would have been if the testing had been performed on whole blood, then that conversion, starting with the serum alcohol or plasma alcohol concentration, is helpful to do.
But to calculate a precise conversion rate, you'd first need to know precisely the amount of water in somebody's blood, correct?
The range of serum factors or serum conversion factors that are used in the preparation of my report and the calculations that I performed accounts for total body water variation from individual to individual. The reason I use between 13 and 19% and not just one single value is because I don't know the specific conversion factor that would be appropriate for an individual when I have medical records to review.
I think that was a long way of saying yes to my question, right? My question was to calculate a precise conversion rate for somebody, you'd first need to precisely know the amount of water in that person's blood, correct?
Sustained. Ask it differently, Ms. Giannetti.
Is it scientifically possible to predict with accuracy a precise conversion rate for one individual
precise being
person?
the keyword.
Yes.
Everybody has a different amount of water in his or her blood, correct?
There is a normal variation between individuals.
I'm sorry, I'm going to do my best to ask yes or no questions, and then if there's an explanation, Mr. Lally can stand up afterward and have you explain, but
So
this will go more quickly.
No comments. Just go ahead and ask a question.
Sure. Everybody has a different amount of water in his or her blood, correct?
Yes.
And there are a number of factors that influence the amount of water in somebody's blood, correct?
Yes.
What is hematocrit?
I don't know.
Hematocrit is the percentage of red blood cells in whole blood cells. Do you know that?
Sustained.
Are you aware that individual hematocrit can vary and that it affects the water content in blood?
Sustained. She doesn't know what hematocrit is.
Would somebody's age be a factor in determining the amount of water in their blood?
I don't know.
Could somebody's gender affect the amount of water in their blood?
Yes.
Could when somebody had eaten and what somebody had eaten before the blood was drawn affect the amount of water in their blood?
She's going through all her schooling
It's
here.
possible, but I'm not aware of those factors being considered when performing total body water calculations.
Would how frequently a person uses the restroom affect the amount of water in their blood?
As it would relate to their state of hydration, it's possible, but again, I'm not familiar with performing precise calculations on individuals. It's not a routine part of my job, and it's not in the scope of my expertise.
Would medications, some medications, potentially affect the amount of water in somebody's blood?
It's possible, yes.
And conversion factors vary significantly between individuals, but they can also vary within the same individual over time, can they not?
I believe so, yes.
And all of the factors that we've discussed that you've adopted can impact the conversion factor that is used, correct?
Yes.
And there is no one universally agreed upon conversion factor, correct?
Correct. There is a range that is agreed upon, but not a singular conversion factor.
Right. And the range that you used was 1.13 to 1.19, correct?
Yes.
You recognize, however, that with all the factors affecting the amount of water in somebody's blood from person to person, and even within one person over time, some people can fall outside the range that you used, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize that some studies have shown a conversion rate from serum to whole blood can be higher than 1.19, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of a study by Rainey, R-A-I-N-E-Y, reporting conversion rates as high as 1.59?
Yes.
And if the conversion rate is higher, that would mean that the actual blood alcohol concentration would be lower, correct?
Yes.
So if you're using a range of conversion factors that does not capture what the conversion factor should be for the individual that you're testing, you can't have confidence in the result, correct?
Correct. The range that is utilized is looking at studies of large groups of people to try to capture as accurately as possible most individuals in the population, but it would not cover 100% of scenarios with all the factors that you've described.
Okay, and you'd agree that your conversion of serum to whole blood here is imprecise, correct?
The conversion was performed within the policies and procedures of the laboratory and the best practice recommendations for my field.
But it is imprecise.
Can you repeat the question?
Let's move on. The conversion from serum to whole blood did not end the calculations that you needed to do in order to testify here today, correct?
Correct.
The conversion from serum to whole blood only translated what Ms. Reed's blood alcohol supposedly would have been, or was, I'm sorry, at the hospital at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You were asked to try to find out what her blood alcohol level would have been 7 or 8 hours earlier, closer to midnight or sometime between midnight and 1 a.m., correct?
The time utilized for my calculations was 12:45 a.m.
So you started with the results that you obtained from your serum to whole blood conversion, right?
Yes.
Which was an imprecise calculation?
Which was intending to cover the majority of population.
But was it imprecise?
It followed the policies and procedures of my laboratory.
What was the precise number then? Was there a precise number or was it imprecise?
The range?
I'm not talking about a range. I know that you'd like to say that. Was there a precise number, ma'am?
The results of my report was not a single number. It is a range of numbers.
Let's move on, Ms. Giannini.
Yes. Then once you get that range, you have to do an extrapolation on top of that to figure out what the blood alcohol concentration would have been at 12:45, 7 or 8 hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
But in order, in order to do that extrapolation, you need to make assumptions about things that you do not know, correct?
Yes.
In terms of processing alcohol, there is an absorption phase, a plateau, and an elimination phase, correct?
Yes, that's accurate and consistent with my understanding.
And during the absorption phase, blood alcohol concentration can be rising, correct?
Yes.
And to determine whether somebody is in the absorption phase or the elimination phase, you need to know when their last drink was, correct?
Yes, if you're performing that type of calculation, or if you're trying to determine if they've reached their maximum, that would be helpful information to have.
The longer the time between the last drink and the test, the more variability and potential for error there is in the extrapolation, correct?
I didn't follow that one.
Can you ask the question again, please?
In this case, you assumed that Ms. Reed's last drink was at 12:45 a.m., correct?
No. The calculation assumed for the maximum calculation that no alcohol had been consumed between 1.5 and 2 hours prior to that time interval start at 12:45 a.m.
Okay. And the test wasn't until 9:08 a.m.?
Yes.
The range that you came up with was 0.14 to 0.28%, correct?
Yes, 0.14 to 0.28 grams percent.
And that was a very wide range, was it not?
It certainly is.
0.28 is double 0.14?
Yep.
And that range is so wide because there are a lot of unknowns about the way each person individually processes alcohol, correct?
There's a lot of interpersonal differences, that's correct.
There are a lot of different factors that would impact somebody's blood alcohol content, correct?
Yes.
What somebody had to eat can impact their blood alcohol concentration, correct?
The contents of their stomach or what they had eaten recently does not impact the rates of elimination that I use for my calculation, but it can factor into the absorption part of the curve and can impact that maximum amount that's reached.
Okay. their body weight can impact their blood alcohol concentration, correct?
Correct. Again, it would not necessarily, or it could be included in the rate of elimination range that I used for my calculations. The person's body weight has more to do with, again, the absorption, the maximum concentration, the first parts of the curve, and not the elimination portion that we're discussing when we're doing retrograde extrapolation.
And the first word of your answer was correct, right?
Yes.
A person's metabolic rate can impact their blood alcohol concentration because different people metabolize alcohol at different rates, correct?
Yes.
In addition, regarding the timing of the last drink, you were not with Ms. Reed on the late evening of January 28th or the early morning of January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct, I was not.
You have no personal knowledge of when Ms. Reed had her last drink, correct?
Correct.
Were you informed that Ms. Reed was upset after 12:45 a.m. when you were doing these calculations?
I don't believe so.
Did you know, were you informed that she went to John O'Keefe's house in Canton and was the only adult in the house at that time after 12:45?
Assisting.
Are you aware of what type of alcohol John O'Keefe had available in his house at that time?
Assisting.
Were you aware that she was waiting for John O'Keefe to come home, but he never did?
Assisting.
Do you have any personal knowledge of whether Ms. Reed poured herself a drink during the hours of 12:45 a.m. and 6 a.m. on January 29th of 2022?
No, I do not.
And do you know whether she had more than one drink during those hours?
No, I do not.
Assume that Ms. Reed did have something alcoholic to drink after 12:45 a.m. Would that affect your assumptions about whether she was in the absorption or the elimination phase?
Yes, it would.
And if she did have something to drink after 12:45 a.m., what would that do to your calculations?
The foundation of my calculations would be incorrect. I would need to perform different calculations or factor in the information as it would become available and issue a different report.
Okay. So if your assumption of when she had her last drink was incorrect, you would not have confidence that your conclusions about which you testified Friday and today are accurate, correct?
Correct. There is some parts of the calculation that are intended to accommodate for unknown drinking history, but with over 8 hour time span between the time of interest and the time that the blood sample was collected, that adjustment in the calculation intending to avoid overshooting the blood alcohol concentration may or may not be enough to address that. And if new, more accurate information was available, then I would need to incorporate that in the discussion and calculations.
Right. So in answer to my question, if your assumption about when the last drink was consumed was incorrect, you would not have confidence that your conclusions are accurate today.
Correct.
I'll allow it.
Now, were you ever asked to determine the blood alcohol level of Brian Albert?
No.
Were you ever asked to determine the blood alcohol level of Brian Higgins?
Sustained.
Were you asked to determine the blood alcohol level of anyone except for Karen Reed in this case?
I'll allow that.
To the best of my knowledge, my only involvement with this case in my unit was the request to perform these calculations on this individual.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Okay, so he might clear up the sustained objection about the expired test tubes or something like that. That was objected to and sustained last trial as well.
Morning, Ms. Knowles.
Good morning.
Now, again, how many serum conversions have you performed over your years at the lab?
It's hard to know an exact number, but at least over 100.
And the ethanol reading or the alcohol reading within Ms. Reed's medical records that you testified to previously last week, what was that reading again?
93 milligrams per deciliter.
And that reading in milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you would see alcohol recorded in hospital records?
Yes, it is.
And specifically hospital records that you would then be asked to perform a serum conversion on?
Yes.
Now, with respect to your calculations in this case, did you perform these calculations consistent with how you have done in each and every prior instance within your work at the lab?
Yes, the serum conversion factors have been adjusted since I first started doing these, but the same type of math was performed, and I'd used the approved conversion factors that are published in our protocols with each one that I did.
Now, what is the difference between whole blood and serum?
Whole blood is blood as we think of it, with both the liquid and the cellular components as it exists in our bodies. Serum is the liquid portion of blood after those cellular components have been removed.
And how does the difference between them impact your testing or your calculations?
Because of the different water content in whole blood versus serum, that means that if we would like to compare a serum alcohol concentration and a whole blood alcohol concentration, that we have to apply a conversion factor to be able to compare those two. The serum alcohol concentration is always higher than the whole blood alcohol concentration.
And that difference, is that accounted for within the calculations of the conversion factors that you utilize?
Yes.
And how so?
The conversion factors, by dividing by 1.13 and 1.19, can adjust for the difference between the water content and therefore the serum and whole blood ratio that's observed in studies.
And that change in conversion factors, does that benefit the defendant in this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Or ask it differently, Mr.
Sure. The change in conversion factors recently implemented in your lab and your protocols, who does that benefit?
The question of benefit depends on the context. Speaking to the math, dividing by a larger number means the resulting number would be smaller. So the whole blood alcohol concentration numbers would be smaller when using the current between 13 and 19% factors, as opposed to the previously used between 12 and 18% factors.
Now, these conversion factors, where again do they come from?
The conversion factors come from published studies involving individuals that consumed alcohol, had samples collected from them, and their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations were compared. Those conversion factors are present in the protocols in use in the laboratory where I work, and they're also consistent with best practice recommendations or consensus body documents in the field that I work.
Now, you were asked on cross-examination about a number of different factors. Are those factors incorporated within the conversion factors in the published scientific literature supporting those conversion factors?
By basing it on studies with like a large number of people, that's the intention, is to capture the interpersonal differences and different factors within that range that's used.
Now, if you know, how much in the elimination phase, as far as bladders are concerned, how much loss of alcohol is concerned in the elimination phase with reference to bladder loss?
Bladder loss?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I don't think I understood the
Poor question. Let me rephrase. So you were asked some questions on cross-examination about how
does it
frequently
affect
someone
your-
uses the restroom in the elimination phase, correct?
I believe I was, yes.
Right. And do you have any idea from your training and experience as far as how much alcohol is typically lost by an individual during the elimination phase through the bladder?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I do.
Okay, you can answer it.
Less than 5%. The vast majority of alcohol is eliminated from the body by an enzyme that breaks it down from alcohol into carbon dioxide and water. I I can't remember exactly how much is generally eliminated, but I believe it's less than 5% of the total blood alcohol concentration.
Now, you were asked about whether or not the defendant had a drink after 12:45 a.m. Do you have any evidence that the defendant did, in fact, have any alcohol to drink after 12:45 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
If there was a drink at approximately 1 a.m., what kind of impact would that have on your calculations?
It would depend on how much had been consumed. If any alcohol had been consumed, then
just doing the math.
It would adjust the calculations depending on that information.
And what I'm asking, Ms. Knowles, is if there is a slight differential in the time of incident or last drink, how much impact would that have on the range that you're able to calculate?
That's a 2-hour difference.
I'm not sure.
Now, you testified as far as the range being on the retrograde analysis being between a 0.14 and a 0.28, correct?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware what the legal limit is in Massachusetts?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that, actually.
Why is there such a varying range?
Because there's such variation between individuals with their rates of elimination, the calculation used both a sort of extreme low and extreme high rate of elimination, and because we don't know the individual's rate of elimination, that range is intentionally wide to ensure that the actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between it. It's intending to account for a lot of the factors that we've been discussing. It's intentionally a wide range because there are so many unknown factors, and it was so much time that had elapsed between the time of interest and the time of collection.
And based on your calculations, as far as the 93 milligrams per deciliter, what does that convert to as far as the blood alcohol concentration for the defendant at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th?
93 milligrams per deciliter in serum alcohol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.082 grams per cent.
And from your calculations in your retrograde analysis, what was the range that you were able to calculate for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th?
Between 0.14 and 0.28 grams per cent.
And
it's nearly super
0.14, 0.28, and every number in between is higher than 0.08. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Nothing further.
No further questions.
All right, Ms. Knowles, you're all set. Thank you very much.
So the end was
right,
good for the
Carlos.
prosecution, but
Next witness,
Mr. Yannetti
please.
did a good job.
Commonwealth calls Ryan Nagel.
Ryan Nagel. Oh, we saw him last time as well. I'm super familiar. Basically, she was intoxicated at the time of testing, and by calculation, reversing backwards, if she was just in the elimination phase, then she would be more intoxicated several hours
You
earlier.
raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence to the court and jury in the case down here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you for this thing.
Good morning.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Ryan Nagel.
How old are you?
I'm 32 years old.
What area of the city or the state do you live in?
I live in Canton, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived in Canton for?
32 years. My whole life.
You still live in Canton?
Yes, I do.
Do you work in the area?
I work in the city.
What do you do generally?
I do HVAC.
Do you have any
How much do you
sisters?
charge?
I do. I have one.
What's her name?
Juliana.
Is she older or younger than you?
She is younger.
I want you to take us back to January 29th, 2022. That evening on the 28th, leading into the 29th, do you remember where you were?
Yes, I do.
Where were you?
I was in a vehicle.
Okay. Before you were in the vehicle, were you out earlier that night on the 28th?
Yes, sir. I was at CF McCarthy's.
What's CF McCarthy's?
It is a local restaurant / pub in the center of Canton.
It's a bar.
Who were you at CF McCarthy's with?
My sister at the time, and then my friend Ricky and my ex-girlfriend Heather.
What were you doing at CF McCarthy's?
Just enjoying a night, having a few drinks.
When you said have a few drinks, did you have a few drinks?
I did, yes.
Do you remember how many drinks you had?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you remember whether the drinks you had, the alcoholic drinks that you had, it affected your ability at all? Were you impaired in any way?
I wouldn't say impaired, but I only drank beer. So.
Okay. Do you feel like you had any type of effect from the alcohol?
I may have.
Were you driving?
No, I was not, sir.
Do you remember the times that you were at McCarthy?
Probably 8, 9 o'clock.
I tried them.
What time did you leave?
Probably right before midnight.
When you left McCarthy's right before midnight, did you have a plan that you were going to do something?
No, I did not.
Tell us, after you leave McCarthy's, where do you go?
I was going to go home, but my sister Julie texted me to be picked up.
When you were going to go home, tell us, when you leave McCarthy's, what kind of vehicle were you in?
I was in my friend Ricky's Ford pickup truck.
Who was driving?
Ricky.
Was anybody else with you too?
My ex-girlfriend Heather.
Heather. You know Heather's last name?
Maxon.
Was she in the front or the back of the truck?
She was in the back seat.
So you three were in the truck and Ricky was driving?
Correct, sir.
You mentioned you were going to go home. Did you start to head towards your home?
Mr. Brennan, slow down a little bit for the court reporter, please.
Was Ricky drunk?
You mentioned you were going to go home. Did you start heading towards your house?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you got the text from your sister?
Around midnight. I can't remember that far back.
You don't have a firm memory of it?
No, I do not, sir.
After you received the text from your sister, did your plan change?
Yes.
And what was the plan after you received the text from your sister?
To go pick her up.
Did you know where she was?
Yes, I did.
Where was she?
She was at her friend Brian's house.
Did you know the address?
Not off the top of my head, but I knew the street.
Did you know the house?
Yes.
Did you know her friend Brian?
Yes, I did.
What is his last name?
Albert.
Is he a senior or a junior?
He's a junior.
About how old is he?
I think 27, 28 years old.
Were you friends with Brian Albert Jr.?
Just through my sister.
Had you ever been to that house before inside the house?
No, I have not, sir.
Do you have any other purpose of going to that address other than to pick up your sister?
No, sir.
How long did it take you after you left to redirect and get to that address?
Probably roughly 5 to 7 minutes.
Do you know what time specifically you arrived at that address?
Right, a little before 12:30.
Is that a general guess?
Yes.
Did you look at your watch and note the time, or is this an estimate?
Just an estimate, sir.
So the estimate is you arrived around 12:30?
Correct.
When you approach the house, before you approach the house, is there a road that intersects Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the name of that road?
Can you actually, give me a second. I can't think of the name.
Okay.
Right now.
Are you familiar with any roads in that area?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the road Cedar Crest?
Yes, sir.
Had you driven on Cedar Crest before?
Yes, I have.
If you're driving on Cedar Crest, can you loop around like a circle on that road?
Yes.
At some point, do the two parts of that circle intersect with another road?
I believe so.
Okay. Is Fairview, from your knowledge, attached to Cedar Crest Road?
Yes.
As you were traveling, did you travel on Cedar Crest before you got to Fairview?
Yes.
Okay, I want to ask you some questions about right before you turn on, or Ricky turns on to Fairview. As you're driving down Cedar Crest, before you turn on to Fairview, did you see anything?
I saw a vehicle coming at us. Not directly at us, but obviously traveling on the other side of the road.
Okay. And where was that vehicle traveling towards?
Us, and then they put their blinker on to take a right.
And
for them to take a right.
That vehicle was going to take a right onto Fairview?
Correct, sir.
And your vehicle was coming in the opposite direction?
Correct.
Where was your vehicle going?
Taking a left onto Fairview.
Did you both meet at that intersection?
Yes, roughly around the same time.
Who turned onto Fairview first?
The other vehicle.
How did that happen?
I believe Ricky flashed his lights to let them go.
Did you see the other vehicle?
Yes.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle it was?
That was a black SUV.
When that car turned right onto Fairview, how long after did Ricky turn left onto Fairview?
Seconds.
When you came to that intersection and met that car, when Ricky blinked his lights, could you see inside that SUV?
Say that again?
When you came to the intersection at Fairview, and you said that the driver of your truck, Ricky, blinked his lights, could you see anything inside the SUV?
I wasn't really looking.
Okay. After that SUV turned right onto Fairview and Ricky turned left onto Fairview, who was in front of who?
The other vehicle was in front of us.
Was the other vehicle in front of you the entire time you saw it?
Yes, sir.
Did Ricky ever drive and park in front of that vehicle?
No, we were behind them.
Always behind it?
Always.
When Ricky pulled up to Fairview, where did he stop?
Right in front of the driveway of the Albert's house.
You were in the front passenger side of the truck?
Correct, sir.
If you looked directly outside that window, what would you have seen?
The driveway and the house.
The other vehicle, did it stop at the driveway?
No, it was probably like a car length in front of us.
So it was in front of you?
Correct, sir.
Did you ever see that car stop at the driveway?
At the driveway, I don't recall.
Did you wait before you got to Fairview, or did Ricky drive directly to Fairview after he took the left?
Well, he turned the left onto Fairview.
Okay. Did he wait, or did he drive directly to Fairview?
He drove directly there.
Okay. The car in front of you, did you ever see it move behind you in front of the driveway?
It was in front of me the whole time.
Okay. And so I'll ask the question again. Did you ever see that SUV stop at the foot of the driveway?
No, but I did see the brake lights. It looked like it moved, but it wasn't. So the brake lights were on. They released them and then stopped again. So it probably moved another car length up.
How many times did you see the brake lights on?
Just once, sir.
After you stopped at the foot of the driveway, did you keep your attention on that SUV?
Not really, no. I was more concerned about my sister.
So you weren't studying it?
No.
Were you making any notes or trying to mark its direction of travel?
No.
But you do know, or do you have any doubt that it was in front of you the entire time?
Yes, it was.
When you pulled to the driveway, did you go in to see your sister?
No.
What did you do?
I texted her saying we're here, and she came out, opened up the door. She looks at me and Rick and said, "Hey, do you guys want to come in? For a drink or whatever." And I looked at him, looked in the back seat, asked Heather. We said, "No, we're all set. We're going to go home." And so she decided to stay.
So the idea was to give her a ride home. You did not give her a ride home?
Correct, we did not.
Let me ask you some questions. Before your sister came out of the house, do you remember how long you waited for her?
Roughly 2 minutes.
Okay. In its entirety, how long was that truck parked at the foot of the driveway in front of Fairview?
Probably closer to 5 minutes, sir.
Is that an estimate?
Yes, I'm just guessing from what I can remember.
Did you mark the time in any way? Look at your watch in any way?
No, sir.
That's your general memory?
You're just roughly trying to remember.
When you looked up at the house, did you see there were more than one door?
Yes, there were two doors. Yes.
Do you remember what door your sister came out of?
She came out of the side door, which is to the left of the garage.
Did you watch her?
Yes.
Where did she walk? From where to where?
She walked out of that door down the driveway towards us.
When she reached you, how did you have a conversation with her if you were in the truck?
I opened the door, my passenger door.
As you were speaking with her, were you watching anything else, or was your attention directed to your sister?
Nope, just on my sister.
At some point after your sister turned to go inside, did you wait for her, or did you leave right away? Or did Ricky leave right away?
We waited for her to get back into the house.
At any point before your sister went back in the house, did you see any lights, like dome lighting, come on inside that SUV?
Yes, I did, sir.
Before or after your sister went in the house?
roughly like as she was getting in the door.
Before you ended your conversation with her, did you see the dome light go on in that SUV?
Say that again, sorry.
Before your sister left the driveway, did you see any dome light on in the SUV?
No, I wasn't looking.
Your sister began to walk back to the house. What was your direction? What was your attention focused on?
Mainly on her. We were pulling away from the driveway and kind of just glancing back over at Julie to make sure she got in.
When your sister went back up the driveway to go in the house, when was the next point you had any chance to see the SUV?
When we were passing it.
When you were passing the SUV, where was it located in relation to the house, flagpole?
Directly in front of the house.
Okay. Was it anywhere near the flagpole as you drove by?
Probably like a car length from that.
A car length from the flagpole?
Yes, give or take.
Is that the middle, right, or left side of the house?
That would be towards the left side of the house.
As you drove by that SUV, what was your primary focus?
My sister, sir. Like watching her get in.
You were being attentive to her getting in?
Correct, sir.
As you watched her get in, did you glance or see anything else in your vision as you were watching your sister go into the house?
I saw that there was a woman in the driver's seat of the black SUV in front of me, sitting there with her hands on the steering wheel at 10 and 2.
Did you get a good enough look that you would remember who that person was, or was it too brief to identify the person?
It was too brief, sir.
You saw the person in the SUV with their hands on the wheel. How did you see them inside the car?
Their dome light was on.
Do you know how a dome light comes on in a vehicle?
Yes, sir. Either you press it yourself or if there's a door open.
When you had the glance or the glimpse of the woman in that SUV holding the wheel, you said 10 and 2?
Correct, sir.
Could you describe for us what that means?
Just like a clock, just the hands on the clock, like 10 and 2.
Please wait for the siren to pass.
If I may. I was just waiting for the siren, Your Honor. If I could show Exhibit 3 to Mr. Nagel.
Don't think the prosecution likes all the answers they got from this witness.
Sir, do you recognize that address?
Yes, sir.
And what is that address?
That is 34 Fairview Road.
Do you recognize the flagpole?
Yes, I do, sir.
Thank you. When you drove by and you said you saw a woman sitting in the front,
I'd know that
and the
flagpole
dome light was
anywhere.
on, did you see anybody else in the car?
No, sir.
Were you looking for anybody?
No, sir.
Could there have been somebody else in the vehicle at that time?
It could have been, yes.
Could there have been someone standing outside the door?
Yes, it could have been.
When you saw the person, were you studying the person?
No.
How long of a time did you have to take a glimpse of that person?
5-10 seconds, maybe.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you some questions about the entire time you were parked at the foot of the driveway until the point that you left Fairview. From when you first stopped at the driveway at Fairview until the point that you left and were no longer in front of that property, did you ever see any person get out of that SUV that was in front of you?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody, any man, ever cross the front yard towards that home?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see any man ever enter or stand in that front door?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody walk across the front yard to the side door?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody enter that side door other than your sister?
No, I did not, sir.
As you were parked at the driveway the entire time, that generally 5-minute time, did you ever see anybody get out of the SUV and walk down the street towards the driveway?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody walk past your truck and up the driveway?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see any person other than your sister outside of those vehicles the entire time that you were at Fairview?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
Is that Yannetti objecting?
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Yannetti?
It was. Hold the arms. Buckle up, Buttercup. Here we go. There was another siren. Thank you for catching that.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You testified about having seen a black SUV before the vehicle that you were in entered Fairview Road at around midnight on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct, sir.
Objection, that's not facts and evidence.
That's okay. The witness's answer is what matters. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
You first saw that black SUV when it was coming toward your vehicle when you were on Cedar Crest, correct? I'm sorry. Let me repeat that because of the siren. You first saw that black SUV when it was coming toward the vehicle that you were in on Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct, sir.
Your friend Ricky D'Antano was driving at that time?
D'Antano, sorry.
D'Antano?
Yes.
He was driving at the time?
Correct, sir.
Mr. Unity, thank you.
Yes.
Hold, please. We have a parade going by, and the entire fire department, a single car at a time, is going to use all their sirens right outside the courthouse.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Ricky doesn't drink, correct?
He does.
He wasn't drinking that night.
He may have had one or two.
But not
But
really
he
drinking.
appeared to be driving safely?
Yes, sir.
And you also had a chance to observe the black SUV at that time as it was facing you, correct?
Yes.
When you saw it on Cedar Crest, you didn't know who was driving it at that time, correct?
No, I couldn't see.
But your observations of the black SUV at that time were that whoever was driving it, that person appeared to be driving safely as well, correct?
Yeah, I would assume so, yes.
One of the first things you noticed about the black SUV was that it was in front of you on Cedar Crest, and both Ricky's F-150 and the black SUV were basically converging on Fairview at about the same time?
Yes, sir.
The black SUV appeared to be going at a safe speed?
Yes.
It appeared to be properly staying within its lane?
Yes, I would say, yeah.
And when it was time for Ricky to take a left onto Fairview, he actually put on his left blinker, or not left blinker, but both his blinker, flashed his lights to signal that it was okay for the black SUV to cut in front of it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he actually did have his left blinker on at that time, correct? Prior
Yes,
to
sir.
doing that? And the black SUV had its right directional on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when both cars have their directionals on, indicating they're going down the same street, the black SUV did not suddenly cut in front of Ricky's vehicle until the flashing of the lights, correct?
Correct, sir.
Both cars appeared to be operating safely, correct?
Correct, sir.
And
They're throwing candy.
once the lights were flashed, there was nothing about the operation of that black SUV that told you that the driver appeared to be confused about what the flashing meant, correct?
Correct, sir.
The black SUV didn't hesitate at that time. It just proceeded onto Fairview in front of you, correct?
Correct, sir.
And it did so in a safe manner.
Correct, sir.
And the black SUV, in that sense, got ahead of Ricky's vehicle, correct?
Correct, sir.
And once you got to the Albert home, you noticed that the black SUV was parked outside the Albert home, correct?
Correct, sir.
And at that time, the snow had not yet started sticking to the pavement, correct?
Correct, sir.
You could see the pavement in both the driveway and the street.
Correct, sir.
You could also see the grass on the lawn.
Yeah, for the most part, yes.
The snow was only just starting to accumulate on the grass, correct?
Correct, sir.
And with that little snow on the ground, you saw no tire marks behind the SUV, correct?
No, sir.
In fact, you saw no tire marks in the street at all.
Correct, sir.
May I have the map displayed, please?
Is it in evidence already, Mr. Yannetti?
May we approach?
Okay.
Mr. Yannetti is going to drill down to the specifics here. I don't recall exactly, but it's very possible that there are some subtle differences in the testimony of this witness between this trial and the first trial. There's some wording that might be problematic based on prior testimony and testimony this time. Like he said, he He saw the brake lights applied, and then it pulled forward and stopped again, indicating that it stopped previously. And then earlier he said he didn't see it stop before. So there's some room here, some wiggle room, but you got to give props to this witness. He seems to be testifying from what he recalls, from his memory, and he seems to be in a truthful mannerism.
Is that okay? Thank you.
Rebecca, thanks for the gifted 5 memberships. There's Mr. Iannetti. That chair behind there has duct tape holding the cushion together. Look at that. It's terrible. It's terrible. Back in the copy room.
Okay.
Can you enlarge that, please?
Embiggen, please.
Yeah, actually, yeah. You know what? If we could enlarge it so you don't have to show Chapman, just show Cedar Crest and Fairview, and maybe pull it in a little bit to the right now, the other way.
The other right.
See if that works. Okay, that's much better. I don't know how your eyes are, sir, but are you able to read the street names
okay,
on?
There we go.
To be honest, no, I can't see that far.
Okay, if I suggested to you that the top street horizontal going down from right to left was Cedar Crest, and that the street where the red arrow is Fairview Road, would that orient you?
Yes, sir.
And would it be fair to say that before you actually were coming down Cedar Crest Road as you look at this map from right to left, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in that sense, you were traveling west on Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You turned south onto Fairview, correct?
This is a left turn.
Correct, sir.
And you were still facing south when you parked in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct, sir.
And that means that when you're sitting in that vehicle on Fairview Road, if you were going to walk to the house or look to the house, you would be walking or looking in a westerly direction, correct?
From where I was in the vehicle?
Yes.
Yes, so to my right, yes.
Okay, and so when you were looking for Julie to come out, you were looking to the west?
Correct, sir.
All right. Your Honor, I would offer that into evidence. We're going to have a hard copy printed out for the jury after this examination.
Okay, so we need something for the court reporter.
Sure.
Something to put a sticker
We
on.
will take care of that. Thank you.
To mock.
And you can put the lights back on, and you can take that down.
All right, so it will be, go ahead, madam. It will be 49.
49. Thank you. And, sir, it took a couple of minutes for Julie to come out after Ricky parked the F-150?
Yes.
When she did come out, you opened the door and you had a conversation with her while she stood between the door and the passenger compartment of the F-150?
Repeat that, please. Sorry.
Sure. When she did come out, she approached the F-150, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were in the passenger's compartment, right?
Correct, sir.
You opened up the passenger's door, correct?
Correct, sir.
And she sort of, you stayed in the vehicle, right?
Correct, I never left.
And she came sort of into like the crook of the door and the passenger's compartment?
Yes, sir.
All right. You had a chance, how close did she get to you?
I could have popped her on her nose if I wanted to.
Okay. And you had a chance to observe her and size her up, correct?
Correct, sir.
You spoke to her for maybe about 5 minutes was your best estimate?
I wouldn't say 5. I'd probably say 2 or 3.
Okay. But in any case, you did have a chance to observe her, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was clear to you that your sister Julie seemed like she had had a few drinks, correct?
I mean, yeah, it was 12:30 in the morning, so yes.
And she called you for a ride, right?
Yes, she knew that Ricky was driving.
Right. And when you arrived there, there was a discussion about whether she'd actually take the ride, right?
Correct, sir.
If she was just going to come out and take the ride, there would have been no need for the conversation, correct?
Correct.
But do you recall previously testifying that you were out talking to Julie for over 5 minutes?
I would not say over 5 minutes, no.
Okay. Do you deny that it was about 5 minutes?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Do you deny it was about 5 minutes?
Could have been.
Okay.
I'm not.
Fair enough. And you talked with her about whether she wanted to go in the truck and leave with you, correct?
Correct, sir.
You also talked about whether instead you, Heather, and Ricky would go into the house to join the gathering there.
Correct, sir.
There was a back and forth that you really thought was unnecessary, correct?
I wouldn't say it'd be unnecessary. It's just a common question if you want to come in and have a drink.
You have testified in the past that Julie can be kind of a pain in the ass, correct?
I mean, all siblings can be, yeah.
In any case, Julie decides to go back inside and you decide to leave, correct?
Correct, sir.
Ricky did not speed up the street at that time?
No.
He just gradually pulled out?
Correct, sir.
His direction of travel took him right past the black SUV that was now in front of you, correct?
Correct, sir.
He passed the black SUV on the left, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were in the front passenger seat at that time still, correct?
Correct, sir.
So you were closest to the black SUV of the people that were in your vehicle as you passed it, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
And you were closest to the driver's side of the black SUV, correct?
Correct, sir.
You noticed that the interior dome light was on, correct?
That is correct, sir.
That lit up the whole front compartment of the SUV, did it not?
Yes.
It lit up the driver's seat and the passenger's seat, correct?
All I could see was the driver at the time, sir.
Understood. But the light wasn't just shining just on the driver. It wasn't pointed at the driver.
I would say they were both lights that go down at both seats, correct? They were on?
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So you could see both seats in the front driver's compartment.
I couldn't
correct?
see past the woman.
Well, you only saw one
I only
person.
saw a woman. Sorry to interrupt you. Yes.
No problem. It allowed you to see into that front compartment.
Yes.
All right. And you saw one person inside the car at that time.
Correct, sir.
It was a woman with long hair in the driver's seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
And she looked like she was alone.
Yes.
You didn't see anybody else in the SUV?
No, I did not, sir.
You certainly didn't see a 6'1" man in the SUV in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
In fact, you saw that the passenger seat was empty.
Correct.
Okay. That timeline
The woman in the passenger seat
is going to become very important.
was staring straight ahead, correct?
Not in the passenger seat. She
I'm
was
sorry.
in the driver's seat.
Thank you for catching that. The woman in the driver's seat was staring straight ahead.
That is correct, sir.
You didn't see her lips moving as if she were talking, correct?
I wasn't looking for that.
But
Just
you
happened to
didn't-
see a woman figure with her hands like this.
Okay. Facing straight.
Correct, sir.
You had no music on in Ricky's truck at that time, correct?
No, sir.
Ricky had turned the music down when Julie came out so that you could actually speak to her, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And when you got close to that SUV while you were passing it, you didn't hear any arguing there, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear any yelling, correct?
No, I did not.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No, I did not.
You heard no noises within that SUV at all?
No, I did not, sir.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Brennan?
Let's see what areas he's concerned about here. This will be interesting.
Sir, you mentioned you were at that address around 12:30?
That is correct, sir.
And you offered us that you were there for about 5 minutes?
Old sleeve napkin.
Yes. You know the exact time you left?
No, not off the top of my head right now, no.
Was it around that time?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say you don't have certainty whether it was 12:35, 12:32, 12 o'clock?
It's probably before 12:35, roughly between 12:30 and 12:35.
You could still see the ground, given
Yes,
the
sir.
weather?
Yes, sir.
Was there snow starting to fall?
Just starting?
Had you been outside earlier that night?
Yes, sir.
And the ground that you could see, do you know how hard it was?
About a 6.
Say that again,
The
sir?
ground.
The ground, yes.
Do you know if it was soft or hard?
Like the road?
The ground, the grass, the lawn.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it was a cold night, so I mean, I assume it's hard.
Around that time, around 12:30 when you left, was there inches of snow
No, there was
on the
not
ground?
inches of snow, no. I could still see the grass coming through the snow. I mean, it's just like a coating.
You could still see the bare ground.
Correct, sir.
When you saw that SUV in front of you for the time that you were there, that 5 minutes, did you ever, and you said that you saw brake lights at times, did you ever see at that point missing parts of its taillights?
No, sir, I wasn't observing the vehicle like that.
When the taillights were on, when the brakes were on, what color was the glow?
Red, sir.
Did you ever see a missing piece where it was white instead of red?
No, sir.
Over near the flagpole where you saw this SUV, did you see any human being, any person lying on the ground near the flagpole?
No, sir.
When you drove by the SUV, you said you couldn't see past the woman. Could you see inside the SUV when you drove past?
Repeat yourself.
When you drove past the SUV, you saw a woman in the driver's seat?
Yes, that is correct.
You didn't see anybody else?
No.
Do you know if anybody else was in that SUV?
Could have been.
I'll allow it.
It could have been.
From when you were driving by the SUV and you could see inside the driver's seat and saw the woman, could you see on the other side of the SUV if there was anybody standing on the other side of the SUV?
No, sir.
Was there anything obstructing your view as you drove by and saw the woman to prevent you from seeing on the other side of the SUV?
The woman and the vehicle itself.
You mentioned that there was a dome light on in the SUV.
Yes, sir.
Was the driver's side door open
No,
when you
sir.
drove by?
No, sir, it was closed.
Could I have Exhibit 16, please? Did you ever see this man at any point
No, sir. I've
walking?
never seen- Oh, sorry.
Walking across the yard, going to a door, or entering the house the entire time you were there?
Objection.
Sustain.
No, sir, I've never seen
That
that.
means you don't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Could you take that down, please? And after you left, you never went back that night, did you?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Just briefly, on those issues, sir, you just testified on cross-examination before Mr. Brennan stood up again that you saw that the passenger's seat was empty. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. You're not changing that testimony?
No,
correct?
I'm not changing that. No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. You
That was a
are
win for
all
the
set,
fence.
Mr. Nagel.
Thank you very much.
Your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Heather Maxon.
Well, while Heather comes up, Sloth Life wants me to show you this picture of her carrying a big snake. Ah! That's a huge snake. I'm sorry. Lois, that was for you. I made it quick. I know a lot of people hate snakes.
Tell us where the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Bug Duggers, thank you. Good morning, friends. Big day for you today. Staples out in the back.
Whenever you're ready.
Walk without the walker.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's awesome. Bug Duggar,
Good morning, ma'am.
congratulations.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Heather Maxon, Maxon.
How old are you?
I'm 31.
Do you live in the area?
I do.
How long have you lived in the area for?
My whole life.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Nagel?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
I dated him a few years back.
I want to have you take us back a few years to January 28th, January 29th, 2022. Do you remember that evening?
Yep.
Where were you earlier that evening on January 28th, 2022?
We were at Ryan's parents' house, just hanging out.
Whose parents?
Ryan's.
Right. Were you with anybody else besides Ryan and his parents?
Eventually, we met up with friends
Where?
at local restaurants.
Did you end up at one restaurant or bar in particular at the end of the night?
McCarthy's.
We were first at C.F. McCarthy's, and then we went over to the hillside.
Were you drinking?
Yes.
Do you remember about how many drinks you had?
No.
Did the alcohol affect your perception or your memory at all?
Most likely, yes.
Do you feel like you were impaired in any way?
I believe so, yes.
After you left the establishments, after they closed, did you go somewhere?
We went to pick Ryan's sister up, Julie, from a friend's house. She needed a ride.
Why did you go from
Before
bar
you
to bar?
went to pick Ryan's sister up, did you have other plans before that?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. Before the decision was made to go pick up Ryan's sister, were there other plans that you were...
No.
Okay, that was just the plan to go get her?
Yeah.
Do you remember generally or specifically what time that was?
Late midnight.
Okay. Do you remember the time exactly?
No.
Is there any marker in your mind that would help you remember exactly what time it was?
Not necessarily, no.
So is that a generalization or a guess?
Yes.
Okay. When you went to pick up Ryan's sister, do you know where you were going?
No.
Were you driving?
I was not.
Who was driving?
Our friend Ricky.
Where were you sitting?
In the back seat.
And what kind of vehicle was it?
It was a truck.
Are you familiar with the area?
Not necessarily, no.
Do you remember at some point taking a turn onto the road?
Yes.
That had the house where you were going to arrive?
Yes.
How do you remember that?
Just a visual bystander, and I'm aware of my surroundings, I'd say.
Did anything happen that made you remember the turn before you got onto that road?
There was another vehicle also on the road coming from the opposite direction, and we had let that other vehicle turn onto the road before us.
Describe in a little detail what happened at that intersection.
So I don't recall the name of the street that we were on before we took the left onto the street that the house was located, but the car coming from the opposite direction was taking a right onto the same street, so we had somewhat yielded to the car coming from the opposite direction to have let them take a turn onto the street before us.
Did you see if the driver of either vehicle gave any indication to the other vehicle who should go first?
I don't necessarily recall, but I'm assuming maybe
I don't want you to assume. That's okay if you don't recall.
Sure.
Who turned first onto the road, Ricky or the other car?
The other vehicle.
The other vehicle, do you know what type of vehicle it was?
It was a big, like an SUV, a bigger car.
The SUV turned before you?
Yes.
Before or when the SUV turned, did you get to see inside the vehicle?
I did see inside the vehicle, yes.
Could you describe for the jury what you remember seeing?
I saw a male and a female inside the car.
Where was the female?
The female was driving and the male was in the passenger seat.
Was the male in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
Were you able to recognize either the female driving or the male in the front passenger seat?
Recognize?
Yes.
I'm not sure if I understand the question.
Did you know who they were?
No.
Strangers?
Yeah.
When they turned and then Ricky turned after them, how far ahead of Ricky were they?
Maybe 100 feet.
Could you see them the entire time?
No.
When you drove to Fairview, how long did it take after the turn?
A couple minutes.
It took a couple minutes to get from Cedar Crest to Fairview?
Oh,
That's
maybe.
okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. When you arrived at Fairview, where did Ricky stop?
Outside the house on the street.
Do you remember where on the street in relation to the driveway?
No.
The other vehicle, the SUV, was it in front of you or behind you when you stopped?
It was in front of us.
When it was in front of you, did you notice anything about the vehicle?
No.
Did you notice anything about its lights?
No.
Did you see whether the interior light, the dome light, was on or off?
I did as we were leaving.
Before you left?
No.
Did you ever see that dome light come on?
No.
Did you notice anything about the brake lights?
No.
Did you notice anything about the vehicle's tail lights, whether they were intact or broken?
Nope.
When you arrived at that address, do you know the street address?
I do not.
Okay. When you arrived at that address, what happened next?
I believe Ryan had reached out to Julie saying, we're here, time to go. And so she had come outside and we had a short conversation and she decided that she was actually going to stay at the house. She had invited us in, but I had said that I didn't want to go inside. I just wanted to go back to the house.
From the time you first arrived at that address and until the time you left, Did you ever see anybody get out of the SUV that was in front of the truck?
I did not.
Did you ever see anybody travel across the front yard to the doorway from that SUV?
Nope.
Did anybody ever walk by on the street, walk by the truck in front of you or behind your truck and walk on the driveway?
No. Well, besides Julie, sorry.
So Julie is the only person that you saw in the driveway that night?
Yes.
And then you left?
Yes.
When you left, did you drive by the SUV?
We did.
When you drove by, what were you looking at?
My surroundings.
Okay. What did you see?
I saw the female that I saw beforehand, also still in the car.
Where did you see her?
In the driver's side.
Okay. Was there, at that point, any lights on inside the car?
There was, yes.
Which
the
light?
dome lights.
Was the driver's side door open?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you see anybody else inside the SUV?
I did not.
Was there anybody else inside the SUV?
Oh, so you didn't see anybody inside the car?
Besides the driver? No.
Okay, next question.
Do you know whether there was anybody else inside the SUV at that time other than the driver?
No.
Did you look in and study the interior of the SUV?
No.
How long did you look inside the SUV for when you passed?
It was just passing, so I don't know, a couple seconds.
Did you see if there was anybody or a man standing outside the door of the SUV?
I did not.
I'll allow it.
Outside the door?
No.
Did you see anybody lying on the front lawn?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Before Ricky turned onto Fairview Road, you saw the SUV in front of Ricky's truck, facing it, taking a right-hand turn in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, you had an unobstructed, good look at the driver and the front passenger, correct?
Correct.
And you could see that there was a female driving and a male in the front passenger seat at that time?
At that time, yes.
Now, ultimately, Ricky's car took a left after the other SUV took a right, correct?
Correct.
And eventually, when you reached the house where Julie was, you saw that that SUV was in front of that house, parked now further down ahead of you, correct?
Correct.
And it took Julie a couple of minutes to come out of the house?
I'd say so, yeah.
Do you recall whether there was any conversation at that time between you, Ricky, and Ryan?
Possibly. I don't recall or remember what, but most likely, yes.
And you don't remember whether you were participating in a conversation or what was discussed?
Not necessarily, no.
You had your cell phone with you that night?
I did.
Like many of us, is your cell phone something that you tend to check when you're bored or there's a break in a conversation or you're not actively engaged in a discussion?
For sure.
And while you were waiting for Julie to come out of the house, do you recall whether you were checking out any web page or Instagram or text message or app on your cell phone?
I don't recall.
Can you testify with certainty that you were not checking your cell phone during that period of time?
Not with certainty, no.
And so you can't say for sure how long, if you did check your cell phone, you would have been looking at it while waiting for Julie, correct?
Correct.
And no one's asked you for your phone so that they can analyze what you were doing during that period of time outside 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, you testified that you didn't see anybody get out of the SUV or approach the house, correct?
Correct.
You obviously don't know what did or didn't happen before you, Ricky, and Ryan arrived there, correct?
Correct.
While you were parked near the driveway, you weren't thinking that you had to watch the SUV every second in case you were later asked to describe what was going on with that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And that SUV was the same vehicle that you recognize as previously having a female driving and a male in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
And as far as you know, you didn't know either of them at that time?
No.
Fair to say that what they were doing was their business and you weren't particularly interested in what they were doing, correct?
Correct.
You were there to pick up your boyfriend's sister, correct?
Yes.
It was late and you were tired.
Very much so, yes.
You'd had a good amount to drink.
Mm-hmm.
You did not want to continue to drink and socialize, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say you were looking forward to ending the night at that point?
Yes.
And so you were more focused on hopefully getting Julie in the car so you could leave than anything that was going on in the SUV, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Then Julie came out, and it wasn't as simple as her just jumping in the vehicle and leaving, correct?
Correct.
There had to be a discussion.
Right.
Right? And she came out to speak to the three of you for about 5 minutes or so?
I'd say.
Like a back and forth about who's going where?
Yeah.
And when Ricky was pulling away, you looked over to the SUV and you saw that the interior light was lighting up the front compartment, correct?
Correct.
And it was then that you looked over and you saw a female in the driver's seat, correct?
Yes.
You did not see any person in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
And you certainly did not see a 6-foot-tall off-duty police officer in the SUV at any point on Fairview Road.
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything, Mr. Brennan?
When Ricky was speaking to Julie and you were in the back cabin of the truck, what direction were you facing?
I don't recall.
Were you paying attention to the conversation with Julie?
I was probably in and out of the conversation, yes.
Were you facing the direction of the house in the SUV, or were you facing the opposite direction?
I don't think I was facing the opposite.
When you were in the cabin of the car and Ricky was having a conversation with Julie, did you ever see anybody other than Julie come in or out of the house?
No.
I'll allow it.
No further questions. Thank you.
I'll allow it. Prefers not to drive in the snow, says, friends, I received some happy news from my hematologist today. I gotta say, today was a good day. That's my little rapper impersonation. I'm glad it's a great day for you. Wonderful. Great news is always wonderful. I know there are a lot of people right now hoping to get some good news, and prayers and thoughts for you. So you shared some of you in chat with that. I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys being mindful of those that are going through an uncertain
Ms. Maxon,
future
you
right
are
now.
all set. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Brennan, your next witness.
The Commonwealth calls Katie McLaughlin.
Okay.
Katie's up. I was hoping that they would go into why she broke up with her boyfriend. I think that would have been something fun to talk about on the stand, because I think she would have told us. Katie the acquaintance. She was the Yellow Jacket EMT, right? We don't want that side quest. No, but it would have been a funny little distraction. She's under oath, so she has to tell the truth. Well, he's a complete loser. Something like that. I think we are going to get some spice on this one. So, what do you guys think of the order that the Commonwealth is calling witnesses in? Seems interesting.
Why don't we take our morning recess, James?
They can't find her.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks and follow me.
They can't find the witness. She gone. Katie paging Katie McLaughlin. It's your turn, Katie. If you could please show yourself at the center stage. All right, we get a 20-minute break here, so let's set a timer. Set a timer for 20 minutes.
20 minutes, counting down.
There we go. It's counting. I think it's kind of jumbled. We got a swimmer. The order's confusing. I was expecting Ricky next. Why didn't they ask if a dog was brought out to the car? Wasn't that a different friend they talked about the dog with? Christine says, I can't follow the order they're calling the witnesses. It makes no sense to me. It was completely different from last year. Well, Jen, I'm sorry to hear that. Lost a deputy, Deputy Sykes. Thank you for sharing that with us. That's a sad occasion. The order is insane this time around. All over the place. I want the medical examiner already, says Cielo. She decided to plead the fifth. Somebody check the bar. Head to the bar. Let's go to McCarthy's first and then down to Waterfall. Waterfall. Surprised they didn't ask about a Jeep parked out front. We'll get to that. Solo cups have not come in yet. Proctor is, suspiciously absent. Cielo, thank you. I love it too. 1,186 buttons or something like that. I have all the buttons. They're good fun. Let's see. Angelique says, all I have is a rumor mill things to discuss since I didn't watch the first trial. Angelique, you've got homework for the weekend. Get caught up. Let's see. Kelly says, I think the order is better than last year. And last year there was eight jurors who wanted guilty on count 2. They all agreed on not guilty on count 1. I thought it was 1 and 2. It was count 3 that they wanted the other one on. But send a better picture of the snake to the burner phone. I kid you not. I wish I could show you this. I wish I could show you. Viewership, Sloth Life, when I showed the snake, took a dramatic drop. I'm not saying, I personally like the picture. I've got a snake video all queued up from Saturday of the snake that ate our little baby birds with the little bumps in the snake so you can see the birds, you can count them. But I showed the snake for almost a second, and everyone was leaving. You scared them to death. I did. I didn't warn them, I think, is the problem. Groovy Cheryl says, word on the courtroom street is the family got moved around because the jury sent a note complaining about the Snickers and the disrespect the family was distracting. That is the rumor. We haven't had anything. We haven't had anything firm. I mean, that is a possibility, and it's reasonable. It's also reasonable to say defense objected, and the judge said, in interest of making sure the defendant gets a fair trial, we're going to move him. Let's see. Papa Trago said they're front loading the witnesses. It makes sense. Okay, so front load, you would think that you would put a lot of the heavy hitters at the beginning to sway the jury in your favor, but then they have to sit through a lot of doubt, right? That if you put Proctor as the last guy on the stand, you're like, wow, he touched everything, and everything he touched turned to poop. And he's a central figure. Why would you be hiding the central figure like this at the end? I think you've got to take the good with the bad and tell the story as it happens. Oh, it was count 1 and 3 not guilty. Thank you, Lady Draconis. I was grouping them separately. 1 and 3 not guilty. Count 2, which was the manslaughter charge, they were split on. I like what the Commonwealth is doing. I like what the defense is doing. I like the way this trial is playing out and the spiciness of it. Okay. Groovy Cheryl, thanks for the song, by the way. Obviously, I can't play it on the channel, but looks like you're having fun with AI. Do you think Proctor will flip? By flip, I don't think he's going to be a defense witness, but I do think he might be a little bit upset about everybody throwing him under the bus. Yeah, they have no choice. He has to come in. Caligram, yeah, I don't blame Paul. I think there were some reactions and interactions when the jury was present that might have been problematic, and that was it. But him being upset and everything else, I can totally see from his perspective why his behavior would be very similar to my behavior in the same situation. Do you think he'll flip and tell the feds everything? Hank is breaking it up and seems to be going better than the first one. I've got to say, I've got to give Mr. Lally some props, too. We've only heard a little bit from him, but I have not heard any what if any's from him. And that was like the theme song for the trial. Okay, we've got... every time a call comes in, I have to try to connect it. Let's see if this works. Sloth Life, hang on just 1 second. We're trying to connect you.
Get your wires connected.
Yeah, I've got my wires crossed is the problem. Bluetooth on. Every time I have to forget the device, cancel, and then reconnect. I'm going to send these plugs back. They're garbage. They don't work. All right. I got you now. Sloth Life, how are you doing?
I'm great, thank you. Yes. I was blessed to wake up this morning.
That is always a blessing.
Today's a good day.
Yep.
Yes, I'm just phoning to apologise to everyone for showing you my big snake in chat. My apologies for scaring the life out of everyone.
Did you see the video and the podcast? Or the Lego build stream?
I haven't. No, I've only watched so much of it. I haven't seen it all yet. Because it was 2 o'clock in the morning here when it started. So I have to go back and watch it. I did hear you starting to talk about it, so I'm looking forward to it. I love snakes, obviously. I'm strange. I'm terrified of the most tiniest spider. My mother used to laugh because I would run out the room screaming at a spider, but she'd say you can pick up these snakes and different things, because I had my own pet snake for a while as well. So yeah, but I want to apologise to everyone because I know people have got phobias and I don't want to have anyone having nightmares, so, and also I don't want Greeners bringing his snake out at any point, so I'm Scottish.
Enough said. All right.
Sorry?
That is funny. That is funny. All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for the
no
picture.
worries.
So I hope
you're
doing
welcome.
Well. Good to hear from you.
Yep, I hope everything's well with you and the family.
It is.
And hopefully we'll get back on time from this recess. Okay, take care, everyone. Thank you.
We'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
All right. I think we don't get the hang-up sound anymore. I'm not sure why, but that's cool. I have to tell you that this morning I killed the power. This is the reason why I was late this morning. I killed the power to my house because we were connecting the electrical for the new wiring in the bathroom to the big breaker. So I bought breakers and installed because I've got new slots to put in the breakers, and I was changing out an old breaker that was damaged badly, and I successfully did it. I'd like to thank Mark 6 Volt Bus in chat for helping with that, as he is in fact a electrical rocket engineer or something similar. And so I sent a picture with little red arrows and blue arrows and like, what happens here? And he gave me the full explanation. So connected everything and it works. Nothing didn't blow any fuses when we turned the power back on. And no smoke. I've used my little thermometer temperature laser thing. Nothing's even really hot in there. So the breaker box is now covered back up and safe again. So we're good. What changed in Ryan Nagel's testimony? I just keep seeing it change. It seemed like solid testimony. I think the issue was whether the SUV stopped and then went forward and stopped. That seemed to be a question that wasn't ever fully resolved, because he said it stopped. The lights were on, and then they went off, and it went forward and stopped again. But it was the first time it stopped. So you fixed it. The lights separate. Nice, and nobody got shocked. Excellent. Thank you.
Well, Jordan got shot.
Did he? You got zapped? Turn the power off when you're doing that.
We were.
Okay. My kids are great. All right. The barbecue smell is an added bonus. Do we think the Commonwealth would complain about the agency term when ARCA comes in again? The jury's heard it like 4 or 5 times. I would be surprised if Brennan doesn't slip up and say it. But everybody knows. All right. So Karen and John were in the car together when driving, but then Karen was sitting in the car alone, just sitting there. Was she waiting, like she was waiting for John? Perry at Large, this is a great question. The witness we just heard from, the girlfriend, was it Heather? When they were on that top road, that the T intersection that intersects where Fairview intersects, they were going to turn left down Fairview, and so their headlights are facing oncoming traffic. We know that Karen had missed the turn and had gone too far, and they'd done a 3-point turn, turned around, and were coming back. So they were going to turn right onto Fairview. As they were coming, Ricky, who was driving Heather and her boyfriend to the same location, flashed his lights, let them go first. As they pulled through, Heather reports seeing a male and a female in the car. And I think Ryan said the same thing. And then their stories differ about driving down the road. Heather says there was about 100 feet between them, and she didn't maintain eyesight of the car all the time. Ryan says there was just, a short distance between them, like a car length or something, and they were right behind and pulled up alongside them. And Ryan says the car never stopped to the driveway. Ryan also testified that the car stopped short of the flagpole, and Mr. Brennan seemed to try to want him to testify that the car was further down. But he didn't. Both of them say they didn't observe a break in the taillight, but they weren't really looking for that. And nobody saw anyone get out of the car. Nobody saw anyone in the car other than the driver, Karen. They don't know it was Karen, but we assume is Karen as we're hearing the story told to us, and that she was in the driver's seat and just sitting there, not talking to anyone. And the dome light comes on, but they don't see anyone get out, and they drive away. So that's the important part, which we haven't got into yet, is how those pieces of information fit with the timeline. Specifically, we've got a timeline of a vehicle with when it was stopping, when it was going, when it was all the movements with all that timestamp information. We have some text messages that we've already put on the timeline, and now we know there's another text message because when they pulled up, the boyfriend's like, "Hey sis, we're here. Get your butt out to the car. We're drunk and want to go," or something. I don't know, something to that effect. And then it's that's got to be a timestamp somewhere on somebody's phone that can be entered in. So we shall see. Maybe the sister will testify about that. Saw a video yesterday of someone named Patrick snowplowed John's driveway with a snowblower before the police came to look for pieces on the 30th. Neighbor? Interesting things. I put a trigger warning in the timestamps so you don't have to edit this stream. Just a random snake appears on the stream. Good. Did she connect to the Wi-Fi at John's house at 12:36? The timeline is a hot mess. Yes. All the timeline doesn't match up very well. Ryan's testimony about the snow seems to be inconsistent with the testimony that we've heard from the state's theory of how it happened, where they sort of say that the car had just the snow was sticking to the road. Well, Ryan said that it wasn't sticking to the road. It had just started to cover the grass, and at one point even testified that he could still see bare ground. So we've got the was it snowing debate has begun. Let's see. The question I have is, when does John get out of the car, and at what point does he get hit? I know the $1 million question. John, yeah, that's what everyone's trying to... I don't think there's any record on the car itself that indicates collision, if I remember correctly, that indicates a collision. And so we're trying to piece things together to say then it must have happened between these two moments, right? Because it's the back of the car, it must happen during or after or as it's reversing, right? And so we're trying to narrow it down that way. There's no way Jen could have seen tire tracks in the snow if it wasn't sticking. She clearly saw the tire tracks, even though she did not see anything in the yard. So we have differing remembrances of the vehicles on the street. You do have the key cycles, yes, which get confusing. Key cycle is not the same as how many times the car is started, necessarily. Aren't there basic weather records for the entire world, let alone this crime scene, that can be checked? No, it's just people's memories, I think. Was it snowing a little or a lot? Well, some say it just started snowing. Others say it was a blizzard. The collision was a minute or two before John's phone stopped moving for the last time. That is one of the timeline pieces the state is using. Anne Cloutier says, member for 8 months. Welcome to the gallery, Anne. Thank you. 8 months. Love it. Love it. Isn't the new theory it happened at 12:45? Peter Steele, it would indicate to me that, yes, that's the new theory. The state has, with the blood alcohol content witness, they gave her the timestamp of 12:45, which would indicate that's about the time they think that she would have committed the crime. That would be the closest point in time to that. So 12:45. If her phone connects to the Wi-Fi at John's house before then, it might be hard to say she was still there at that time. Motion to bring solo cups when Proctor testifies granted. Help yourself. Bring all the solo cups. Finally watched a few Turtle Boy videos this weekend, and he did a test to see if he could drive backwards at 24 miles per hour in front of 34. Where did that come from? I missed the first trial. We'll get to that. The car testimony, the electronics inside the Lexus, how that was extracted, how they gathered the information, the timeline, whether or not all the movements of the car, where it moved, whether, the order of things that they happened. That's gonna be very important, but we haven't got that far yet. I will also say that anyone who, including Turtle Boy, who tries to replicate these tests, unless you're ARCA, it's gonna be very difficult to factor in all the allowances and the different parameters. You might try it yourself, but it's not scientific. Let's put it that way. It's informational, but it's not scientific. Anne, how are you? I am doing great, Anne. How are you doing? Thank you for your support. It was a wonderful weekend. The fact that we lived through the tire blowout at 70 miles an hour is always a good thing, and we'll get the tire repaired. Hopefully, it didn't damage the rim too badly, because I checked. There was no nail, there was no hole in the tire itself, and the part that meets the road, the tread. The sidewall just blew out, and it wasn't over pressurized. So whole family in the car, 70 miles an hour, little tiny side street, which I shouldn't say 70. I think the speed limit was 70. I think we were going 70. It was fun. Didn't Turtle Boy end up only going to 14 miles an hour and end up on the grass? I think he did have difficulty maintaining a straight reverse. I don't remember if he had the same model of vehicle. or a different model. They were new tires. We got them after the road trip. You're correct, Miss McGuire. They had less than 10,000 miles on them. 70 on a side street. Okay, you've got to realize in North Carolina, there are areas where, oh, time's up. We should be back from court. That's the duck. You see, there's a recall on the tires. There's a recall on that one. There are areas where long stretches of roads drive in just in farmland or forest for a long way, and the speed limits are generally pretty high on those roads. It's a main road, but it's halfway between Wilmington. Well, it's about half an hour outside of Wilmington on the way up to Greenville. If you sort of draw there are main roads that you'd have to go like all the way up to Raleigh or down through New Bern or something. But if you go diagonally, it saves you a ton of time. And anyway, it was risky. I hope you bought the tires at Discount Tire. They'll replace. I hope I don't have to replace like multiple tires so the treads all match. 2 whole years. Megan, congratulations on 24 months. You get that pink colored courthouse. One of my favorite places on the YouTubes. Y'all are loved. Megan, thank you so much. Congratulations. Would not be the same without you here, and you are, in fact, an OG. Thank you. So a country highway. You say side street, people picture an alley. Yeah, country highway is probably better. What he says, are you watching any NHL playoffs as a fellow Northern Carolinian? Just curious. Go Canes. I am not. This might be funny, but I don't own a television. Or at least I don't have a television that has either an antenna connected or any broadcast receiver aside from Amazon Prime. We just don't watch TV at all. Like I don't watch television news. It's all on the internet. Go Stars. Yes, Thomas wants the Stars to do well. The only thing I can think of on the speed is the tires spinning on snow and ice. Well, that would match up with the state's theory, Lady Draconis, that the tires spun on the icy road. What do you call watching YouTube? That's the internet. I read 16 hours a day, no time for TV. I read chat. What can Karen do if this goes to a third trial and she doesn't have any more money? Dog lover, at some point the state has to decide if they're willing to expend to spend the money that this trial costs, and they are expensive. Each trial is very expensive for the state as well. If they keep coming with a hung jury, they have to look at it and say, maybe the evidence we have that we think that she did it is not strong enough to convince a jury, and trying again and again and again just is not in the interest of justice, considering the cost to the taxpayer. Let's see. I'm 30 minutes behind, but I just want to say, go Canes! Hockey. I love hockey. I filmed hockey, actually for television. I filmed some hockey games, and that's a rush. I was filming through, I guess, what you could call a porthole, where there's a hole about a little larger than a softball, and there are times where I'm supposed to for a certain shot, I can't film through the glass. You can't get a reflection, right? And so I'm filming through that with the camera, and you can move a little bit. The lens is sort of like right there, parallel to the glass. When the hockey puck comes at me, I have to protect the lens. So I moved the camera, and they shot it right through that hole, and it caught me right in the gut, just right in the stomach, just like oof, and it hit the side and then tumbled. So it was not like a direct slap shot, full speed. But I felt it. I got a little bruise. was good. I just want to hear RA say bench warrant for the witness who was missing. They paged her. We waited and waited. She didn't show up, and then they're like, let's take a break. She may be gone. State has plenty of money. They did one trial in Boston, got guilty on the third one. Did you have your own channel called What the Puck? No, but that would be funny. Ivy Berlin says, when I've grown up, I want to be a Zamboni driver. Practice by mowing your lawn. Mow your lawn and get good at making cool designs without ever backing up. What if this trial could get even more interesting? Well, with the missing witness, it would. I think they're going to find her. Oh, my goodness. If a witness, I'm not saying this witness, but if a witness in this trial came in slightly intoxicated, that would be like bingo. That would be bingo. Here we go. I think they found her. DJ, thank you.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Do you have your next witness?
I do. I'm also going to call Sarah Levinson.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Did we just switch witnesses? Did we not find the last one?
Do solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I'm sorry.
Good morning. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Sarah Levinson.
For the court reporter, would you mind spelling your last name?
So it's Sarah with an H and then Levinson.
Miss Levinson, do you mind if I ask how old you are?
I'm 26. I'll be 27 next month.
Do you work?
Yes.
What do you do?
I'm a nurse.
How long have you been a nurse for?
About 4 years.
Before you became a nurse, did you go to school?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about your educational background, please.
I got my bachelor's at Regis College.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Nagel?
Yes.
How do you know him?
He's one of my good friend Julie's older brothers.
You mentioned Julie. What's Julie's name?
Juliana Nagel.
Are you friends with Julie Nagel?
Yes.
To this day?
Yes.
Were you with Miss Nagel back on January 28, 2022?
Yes.
I want you to take us back to that day, the earlier evening hours of January 28, 2022, maybe around 5 or 6 p.m. Did you have a plan that day?
Yes, we as in myself and Julie, were going to Brian Albert Jr.'s house to celebrate his birthday, which was the next day.
Who was Brian Albert Jr. to you at that time?
One of my good friends.
How long had you known Brian Albert Jr. for?
At that point, probably 8 or 9 years, I would say.
Did you attend school with him?
Yes, high school.
Is that when you met Brian Albert Jr. in high school?
Yes.
Who was going to Brian Albert Jr.'s house with you?
Just myself and Julie.
Did you have a general plan for that evening other than to visit your friend and celebrate his birthday?
It was kind of up in the air if we were going to stay there or go somewhere, but we were definitely going and celebrating with him.
Do you know the address where Brian Albert Jr. lived?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
34 Fairview Road, I believe. Road.
Had you been to 34 Fairview Road before?
Yes.
Did you know Brian Albert Jr.'s family?
Yes.
Had you met them in the past?
Yes.
How often had you met with them before?
Well, I was friends with him for, like I said, about 8 years, so I knew his older sister, Caitlin, pretty well. We went to high school together, but the younger siblings, I don't believe we overlapped in school. And then his mother I had met, a good amount of times, and then his father, too, I would say.
How many times would you estimate you had been over 34 Fairview prior to the night of January 28, 2022?
Over the years, maybe like 20. I don't know.
Do you remember what time you arrived at 34 Fairview Road on that evening?
It was between 7 and 8 o'clock at night.
Who did you go with?
Myself and Julie Nagel.
Could you tell us how both you and Julie Nagel got from where you were living, your home, to 34 Fairview?
Yes, Julie's dad drove us.
When you first get to 34 Fairview Road, before you walk in the front door, what's the weather like outside?
It was cold, but it wasn't raining or snowing or anything.
No snow on the ground?
No.
When you walked in the door, did you go in the side door or the front door?
The side door.
Okay. Take us through walking into the house. What do you see?
So we walked through the side door, and then it's their, family room, they call it, with, the TV and everything. And then at the back of the family room is, a sliding glass door out into their porch. And then if you turn left, it's the kitchen / dining room. And then there's a back door. There's a small bathroom over near the back door. And then if you walk straight through, it's the front door, the stairs, the door to the basement. And then they called it the library is their formal living room.
If you walked in the front door, would the stairs leading to the next floor upstairs be right in front of you?
Yes.
If you were going to go downstairs, would you walk around that staircase to the back side of it?
I don't believe the back, but the side.
Okay. You mentioned you walked in the side door near the garage. When you walk in the side door, you're in a living room, did you say?
Yeah, their family room, they call it, yeah.
Can you walk into the garage from the family room, or do you need to go back outside to get into the garage?
No, you would have to go back outside.
So there's no door in that family room that leads directly to the garage?
No.
After you walked into the family room, did you stay there or did you go somewhere?
We stayed there for a little bit, 10, 15 minutes probably.
Tell me who's in the house when you get there.
It's Brian Jr., his mother, Nicole, his sister, Caitlin, and then his aunt, Julie.
What do you do?
I think we were just sitting on the couch, hanging out, waiting to see what the plan was, to see when other people were going to show up.
Did other people arrive, or did people leave before other people arrived?
Brian's mom, sister, and aunt left before anyone else arrived.
Do you know generally around what time his aunt and mother and sister left?
The adults left?
We got there, like I said, between 7 and 8, and they probably left within 20 minutes of us getting there.
Okay.
So I can't say for sure.
When his sister and mother and aunt left, was there just a time when it was you, Julie, and Brian Albert Jr. alone?
Yes.
Were you doing anything other than watching TV? Were you eating, drinking?
I don't think we were eating yet because we ordered later on food, but we might have been drinking.
Tell us what happens over the course of the next couple hours.
So at some point, probably between 8 and 9, 4 other girls showed up. So Courtney Alba came by herself, and then Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, and Mary Kent all came together.
Are those friends of Brian Jr.'s?
Yes.
Did you know who all of them were?
Yes.
Were you friendly with them?
Some of them, Yes. We were all friendly but not friends. That makes sense.
So what's the atmosphere like when the visitors come?
Celebratory, light, joyful. It was fine.
Were people drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you order food?
Yes.
And did anybody else come at that point? Any other friends or family?
No.
Did one of Brian Jr.'s cousins come at some point?
Yes.
Is that later?
Yes.
So over the course of the next couple hours, eating and drinking anything significant?
Yeah.
No.
Any arguments, any tension, any problems?
No.
Was it a positive night?
Yes.
At some point, did anybody else come to the house?
Later on, yes.
Okay, about what time?
Around midnight.
So before midnight, it's a group of young people having a party?
Yes.
Any trouble?
No.
Did the friends of Brian Albert Jr., the 4 women, did they leave before midnight?
Yes.
What time did they leave?
Between, I would say, 11 and 11:30.
Did they arrive and leave as a group, or did they arrive and leave separately?
The 3 girls that I mentioned that came together, Catherine, Emily, and Mary, all left together. And then Courtney left, I believe, before them separately.
I want you to tell us generally where were you spending most of your time that night, the eating and the drinking and the party?
In the kitchen/dining room area.
Is there a table in the kitchen?
Yes.
Were you sitting at a seat at that table?
At that point, we were more around the island, but later on, yes, I had a seat at the kitchen table.
If you're in the kitchen seated at the table, can you see outside?
Not really. If I looked through the windows above the sink of the kitchen, I guess I could if it was light out. And then the windows to the front of the house had a little half curtain, I don't know what it's called, thing on it. So I could see above that, but not.
If you were to walk to the windows in the living room area, what area was it, did you say, the half windows were?
The dining room.
If you were to walk to those windows, could you see outside?
Yes.
Would you be able to see the driveway?
Yes.
Flagpole?
Yes.
Street?
Yes.
The door, do you remember the front door, if it was solid or glass?
They have a storm door that's glass and then a solid regular door.
If you opened up the solid door and looked, could you see through the glass door to the front yard?
Yes.
At any point, did you have a chance to look outside that night?
No.
If you're in the living room, the kitchen, can you see where the basement access is?
Yes.
Can you see the backyard door?
Yes.
You mentioned that the visitors, the young woman that came to see Brian Jr., left. After they left, did somebody else come to or arrive at Fairview?
After they left, yes.
And who was that?
It was Brian's father. His name is also Brian. Mr. Higgins. Brian's mother came back, his sister Caitlin, and then his aunt Jennifer and his uncle Matt.
If I can just step back just a little time before the adult group showed up.
Yes.
Did any other of Brian Jr.'s cousins come to Fairview?
Yes.
And who was that?
Colin, but he showed up before the girls left.
He showed up before the group of young women left?
Yes.
How long did you see him stay for?
Probably half an hour, 45 minutes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him?
Yes.
Did the mood change at all in the house?
No.
When the adults came to the house, do you know about what time that was?
Around midnight.
You mentioned that you saw Brian Albert. Is that Brian Albert Jr.'s father?
Correct.
And his mother's name?
Nicole.
You also mentioned a person by the name of Brian Higgins. Did you know him from before that night?
No.
Did you meet him that night?
Yes.
Are you now familiar with who he is and what he looks like from that night?
Yes.
There was somebody else you said? Brian Jr.'s aunt and uncle?
Yes, and then his sister.
His aunt and uncle, what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
Did you know Mrs. McCabe from before that night?
Somewhat.
Had you ever socialized with her?
I don't believe so. I knew who she was. I don't know if she knew my name, but I think she knew I was Brian's friend.
Had you seen her before?
Yes.
Was that in relation to spending time with Brian Jr.?
Yes, I believe so.
Had you ever seen her or spent time with her outside of Brian Jr.'s presence?
No.
How about her husband, Matt McCabe? Did you know who he was?
I knew who he was, but I don't believe I had ever met him in person before, no.
Anybody else, any other adults come with that group?
No.
Do you remember who came into Fairview first as far as the adult group?
Yes.
Who?
Mr. Albert, Brian's dad, and Mr. Higgins.
And who came next?
Next, I think they all kind of walked in together, Caitlin, Nicole, Jennifer, and Matt.
Other than you, Julie, and Brian Albert Jr., had the young group left at that point?
Yes.
She's got a good memory.
After that group arrived, what happens? Tell us what's happening inside the house.
So it then was Brian Jr.'s actual birthday. So again, we were celebrating.
So we had another party.
Caitlin, his sister, was playing music on one of the speakers. And we were all pretty much sitting or standing around the kitchen table, talking, socializing.
Do you remember what was being played for music?
Like 70s, 80s type of music. I don't want to overstate it, but
Were you drinking?
Oldies? I don't believe I was anymore at that point, no.
Did you feel impaired at all?
No.
As the night grew on, was there any problems in the house?
No.
Any argument?
No.
Any fighting?
No.
Anything exciting or controversy in any way?
No.
Did you have a plan that you were going to leave with Julie?
Yes.
What was the plan?
She said that her oldest brother, Ryan, would pick us up and drive us home when he was done wherever he was.
Did you see at any point before you ultimately left Fairview, did you see your sister leave the house? Did you see Julie Nagel leave the house?
Yes.
Did you actually see her go and leave?
Yes.
About how long did she leave for?
5 minutes or less.
Did you see her come back?
Yes.
After she went out of the house and came back in, did the plan change about a ride home with her brother?
Yes.
What was the new plan?
So a little bit before she went out to talk to Ryan, we were talking, myself, her, and then Jen, were talking about how we were leaving and Julie's older brother was going to come pick us up, and we were the only ones that weren't like related to the Alberts there. So like Brian's friends left. So Jen was like, oh, like, don't leave just yet, because like we were celebrating Brian's birthday. If you want, myself and Matt can drive you home a little bit later. So we agreed to that. And then Jen said, feel free to invite Ryan inside because he was already on his way. So Julie went out to tell Ryan, like, hey, we're not coming with you. But
you weren't outside for the conversation, so you just heard this secondhand from Julie.
Yeah.
So from what you saw, Julie went in and out?
Yes.
For about 5 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you decide to stay? Did you want to stay?
Yeah, I didn't mind.
Did the night continue after Julie came back in and spoke to her brother?
Yes.
Was the mood any different than it had been the entire night?
No.
Anything extraordinary or remarkable happen inside that house?
No.
After Julie went out and spoke to her brother and came back in the house, did anybody else come inside the house other than everybody who was already there celebrating Brian Jr.'s birthday?
No.
Did you ever see another man or woman you didn't know come into that house?
No.
At some point, there was a decision that you would leave, I suppose?
Yes.
What time do you think you left generally?
Between 1:30 and 2 in the morning.
Do you have a specific time? Did you look at your watch? Did you know a certain time you left?
No, I believe it was closer to 1:30 because I believe I was home by 2, but I can't say for sure.
When you left, tell us what the weather was like when you went outside. Was it the same as when you came in?
No, it was snowing.
What was the conditions like? Had they changed? The wind or temperature?
Yes. Yeah, it was colder.
How much snow was on the ground at that point when you left?
Like, I don't know, a dusting, or I could still see like some little pieces of grass like sticking out of it. But it was pretty much like the walkway and everything was white.
Did you leave by the front door or the side door?
The front.
You remember that?
Yes.
Was there any type of hazard or difficulty with you walking?
Julie and I walked out together down like the front stoop stairs, and I remember we were arm in arm. I was wearing shoes that didn't really have traction, so I was looking at my feet, so I didn't slip. And other than that, no real hazard, I wouldn't say.
Whose car or vehicle did you walk to?
Jennifer and Matt's.
Did you get in?
Yes.
Which seat did you get in?
The back seat behind the passenger.
And where did Julie Nagel sit?
The back seat behind the driver.
Did the McCabe's get into the car?
Yes.
Who was driving?
Matt. And then Jen was in the passenger seat.
Front passenger?
Yes.
As you were leaving, was there any conversation or joking going on?
Yes. So Matt actually forgot his jacket inside, so he went back in. And then I believe myself and or Julie turned around just kind of looking, and we saw a lone loaf of bread in the third row. So one of us said something to Jen about the loaf of bread, which she had gotten because of the storm. And I believe Jen was turned around looking at us and said something along the lines of, "Does anyone want a peanut butter and jelly?" Joking around.
Do you remember that moment, having the conversation about the bread?
Yes.
It stands out?
Yes.
As you drove out of Fairview, you were in, the McCabe vehicle was in the driveway?
Yes.
Did it back out or go out forward?
No, backed out.
When it backed out and began to drive away, what side of the vehicle was closest to Fairview?
You mean the house?
Yes. Was
Okay.
it I'm sorry. Was the passenger side of the McCabe vehicle closest to 34 Fairview, the house, or was it the driver's side?
The passenger.
When you drove, did you drive towards the flagpole?
Yes.
And during those moments when you were, or Mr. McCabe was driving towards the flagpole, was that the time you were having conversations about the bread, or was that a different time?
That was a different time.
What was happening as you were driving past that area in front of the house?
I believe maybe I was on my phone, and then Julie said something.
Did you ever look out the window near the front yard, near the flagpole area?
Not like at the front yard, but a little ways up the street, yes.
Next to 34 Fairview, up the street, is 32 Fairview?
I believe so, yes.
When you looked out the window, the first time you looked out the window, what were you facing in relation to 32, 34 Fairview? What could you see?
There's like a little bit of woods in between the two houses, so it was the trees.
Did you notice anything that stood out?
No.
Ultimately, did you get home that night?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Quick testimony. Let's see, probably take longer across here. Let's see.
Good morning, Ms. Levinson.
Good morning.
You've been longtime friends, as you've described, with Brian Albert Jr., going all the way back to high school.
Yes.
And that high school friendship has percolated into a friendship into adulthood.
Yes.
You obviously know much of the entire immediate family, Brian Albert Sr., his wife Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
You know his uncle Chris Albert.
Yes.
You're familiar with his wife, Julie Albert.
Yes.
Obviously, Brian Albert and his cousins. By the way, which cousins are they? Last names?
Do I know?
Right.
There's the Alberts, and then there's the Galvins, the Reardons, and the McCabe's.
Okay. You indicated that you've been to the Albert home probably at 34 Fairview. That's the home I'm talking about.
Yes.
Probably you estimated at least 20 times, correct?
Over the years, yes.
Over the years. And you've known Brian Albert since high school. I mean, in the last 8, 10, 12 years, you've been to the house to and from.
Yes.
You've never met, or you had never met, going into January 29th, 2022. You had never met their dog, had you?
Their dog?
Their dog.
I'm not completely sure.
Didn't you testify about a year ago in another proceeding that although you had been to the Albert home many times, you had never actually met the dog?
If that's what it says I said, then yes.
Is that because the dog was not really good with strangers?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know why you hadn't met Chloe? By the way, did you know the dog's name was Chloe?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why you hadn't met Chloe in all those trips to 34 Fairview?
No.
Just wasn't out and about among the folks that were in the house when you were there?
Yes.
When you left 34 Fairview, I want to follow up very briefly on a couple of things that you said just before Mr. Brennan sat down under questioning by him. When you left 34 Fairview to join Jen McCabe at her invitation to take you home, you left through the front door, correct?
Yes.
As opposed to the side door, it's a little confusing. The front door has the brick stoop and the stairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the door that you normally would leave through, or did you normally leave through the side door, come and go through the side door? What was your more ready habit and practice?
Probably the side door.
Okay. When you left through that front door, there was nothing obstructing your view as you walked out, correct?
Correct.
You could see to the left, the driveway. You could see to the right, over toward the flagpole. Nothing obstructing anything, correct?
Correct.
There was a light dusting of snow at that time when you left just after, what time was it? 12:45, 1?
Probably 1:30, 1:45. Yeah.
Got it. So you leave at 1:30. There's still just a light dusting of snow on the ground?
Yes.
The yard is flat?
Yes.
You could see all the way out to the flagpole?
Yes.
You didn't notice anything unusual at that time when you looked out toward the flagpole walking out of that front door?
I didn't notice anything. I wasn't looking out at the flagpole, but yes.
You were looking in that direction. When you walk out of the door, obviously you're standing, walking out of the door toward the front yard, correct?
Correct, but as I stated, I was looking down at my shoes in front of me.
Okay. Obviously, then you have to, at some point, you have to look up to see where you're going. You have to turn left to go to the driveway. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Then you walk over and walk parallel to the yard again to walk over to the car. Correct?
Yes.
And as soon as you walked out of the stoop, you had to figure out where the stairs were, so make sure you don't fall down the stairs, right?
Yes.
But you're still looking up, like normal, correct? At some point.
Most likely.
My question is, you didn't see anything unusual in the yard, did you?
No.
The front yard was at least relatively, I know it was dark out, Ms. Levinson, it was relatively lit by the interior windows as well as lights on the outside of the house?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that you did, in fact, get the ride home with Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe. Who brought up giving you a ride home? Was it Jen?
Yes.
Okay. And she also mentioned it, did she mention it in your presence to Julie as well?
About the ride home?
About the ride home?
Yes, in my presence.
Okay. You said that Matt McCabe was driving, but before he got in the car, he realized he had forgotten his jacket and went back in, correct?
Yes, I don't know if he had gotten in the car and then got out, or he just opened the door, but yes.
He was at the car at least.
Yes.
So he had exited, by definition, he had to have exited, pardon me, the house through the front door, as you did, to go out to the car the first time?
Yes.
And then he got to the car, then realized he forgot his jacket, walked back toward the front door, went back in the main door?
Correct, yes.
And you saw that?
Yes.
Then once he retrieved or fetched his jacket, he then walked back out that same front door, down the stoop, looking out over the lawn, and then over to the car, correct?
I didn't see him walk back out, but I mean, probably. I don't want to say yes for sure because I wasn't watching him at that point.
Understood. No reason to believe that he would have used a different door.
Correct, yeah.
Was he drunk?
Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
Okay.
Who goes outside in a blizzard and gets all the way from the front door to the car without remembering that you forgot your jacket? That sounds like a little intoxication there. Get all the way to the car, open the car door. Oh, it's a little chilly out here. A tipsy person. A tipsy person. Someone who's warm on the inside. Me.
You were contacted ultimately by law enforcement to provide an interview, correct?
Yes.
That was not until October of 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
A couple of quick questions about that. Nobody contacted you on January 30th, the day after the incident that you left the house, correct?
No.
And when I say nobody, I mean from law enforcement. Nobody contacted you the next week?
No.
The next month?
No.
It was 9 months later.
Yes.
When you were finally approached, who was it that conducted the interview?
State Trooper Michael Proctor.
Okay. Did Mr. Proctor indicate to you why he waited 9 months to contact you? Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask you a different question. Were you confused about the fact that you weren't contacted? Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Okay.
Sidebar. We can't be throwing Proctor under the bus for everything. We need to give him a little bit of space. Why 9 months later? Why 9 months later do you say, hey, Julie might have seen something. I wonder what she saw. Let's go talk to her. She could have gotten pregnant and had a baby in that time, but see how well she remembers that night, which was pretty well, come to think of it. Nine months is a long time. I think it's a valid question. I think it's a relevance objection, though, and so we'll see if the judge allows it. I don't think he's laid the foundation. I think the second question is better than the first. But you might be able to get closer to it by asking questions about are you aware that how do you do that? 'Cause she's not going to have knowledge of how investigations are done. Did you feel you had relevant information? I think that was pretty much the question that was objected to. Did you think about telling the story to the police or going to the police? Maybe that would be the first one. Volunteering information. Abby J says, currently pregnant. I can confirm 9 months feels like forever. Yes. Whole baby's made in 9 months. Proctor figured he better talk to her since the feds got involved. Virginia, with every witness that deals with Proctor before Proctor is called, it just opens up more avenues of questioning for him. It's going to be crazy. He's going to be on the stand for 3 days. If Sarah didn't see John O'Keefe in the snow when she left at 1:30, then Karen Reed could not have left him in the snow, right? Joe, the problem is Sarah's testified that she was looking down at her shoes at the time that she should have or could have seen John if John was laying in the yard at that time. So she was not looking for him. There was some snow, and she was actively looking in a direction that was, although in the same sort of direction, away from where John was at. We're going to need more popcorn when he's on the stand. Okay, let me take a moment to say I bought that, well, Mrs. R.A. bought that huge box of goldfish crackers, the Old Bay seasoning ones. They are so good. They are better than the original goldfish. I know it's limited edition, but I've got to get to the store and get some more because mine are almost gone, that whole box.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. When you were finally interviewed, let me ask you a different question. When you were ultimately interviewed in October of 2022, was that telephonically or was that in person?
In person.
Were you alone or was there anybody else with you?
I was alone. You mean like besides the troopers?
Besides the troopers?
Yeah, I was alone.
And had you prepared for that interview with any person or persons before that interview?
No.
Had you spoken to anybody, Julie or anybody else, about the potential for being interviewed?
I believe Julie called me to tell me.
If I may, don't tell me what was said. Okay. Did you speak with Julie before the interview? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And one more question. Without telling me any of the words that were used, was the subject matter the interview? In other words, I'm not asking if you talked to Julie about going and getting the dry cleaning picked up or something like that. Did you talk about the subject of the interview with Julie before you were interviewed?
Somewhat.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Brennan?
Briefly, Your Honor. Can I have Exhibit 3, please? Do you see the windows on that house?
Yes.
Do you recognize that house as 34 Fairview?
Yes.
You were asked whether there was light coming out of the house, illuminating. Do you remember that?
When I was asked that?
Yes.
Yes.
Was the lights inside the house, from your memory, illuminating the ground near the flagpole and that fire hydrant?
No.
When you came out of the house and went to the car, were you looking at or studying the flagpole area or the bushes or the fire hydrant in that area?
No.
Do you have any reason to be looking over there and studying anything?
No.
Thank you.
I have nothing further.
All right, Ms. Levinson, you are all set. Thank you. And your next witness, please, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Katie McLaughlin.
They found her. They found her. If she comes in cuffs or gets chastised by the judge. I hear some jingling. I'm just kidding. It's the bailiff keys.
You solemnly swear the evidence to give the court and jury in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good morning.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good morning. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Ma'am, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Katie McLaughlin. I'm 29 years old. I work for the town of Canton as a firefighter paramedic.
Good intro.
Did you study to become a paramedic firefighter?
Yes.
Why did you become interested in becoming a paramedic firefighter?
Objection.
I enjoy helping people. I have some family members who work in the healthcare field, and I just always thought it was interesting, and I wanted to do something meaningful with my life.
Did you have to have any special training or education to become a firefighter and paramedic?
Yes, you do. About 2 years of schooling. It's divided in between a didactic portion and then a clinical portion in the hospital and ambulance. So it takes about 2 years to finish.
You completed that?
Yes.
Did you become a firefighter at the same time you became a paramedic, or were those separate educations?
They're separate. I became a paramedic first before I became a firefighter.
Did you work as a paramedic before you became a firefighter, actively in the field?
Yes, for a few years.
Do you remember about when you first started working as a paramedic?
2016 or 17.
And when did you first become a firefighter?
2017.
Do you remember when you first began working for the Canton Fire Department?
I believe it was May of 2017.
Are you still employed by the Canton Fire Department?
Yes.
In your paramedic training, did you learn how to provide care for people who are in need?
Yes.
Had you, before 2022, responded to different events or people's homes or public locations to help people?
Yes.
About how many calls? Could you estimate how many different calls you had been on as a paramedic or firefighter leading into the beginning of 2022?
Probably hundreds.
I want to ask you some background as a paramedic firefighter, your role as you see it. As a paramedic firefighter, are you part of law enforcement?
No.
Do you investigate crimes?
No.
Do you write police reports?
No.
When you're going to a scene and using your skills to help somebody, are you interested in whether or not somebody was involved or responsible for an event?
No.
What is your focus when you go to a scene to help somebody? What's your priority?
To help the patient, to save someone's life.
Do you have a chance, or do you try to assess the patient, speak to them if they can speak to you?
If we can, yep.
Is there times when the person can't speak?
Yes.
If a person can't speak to you, is there a role that you take to try to get information to help assist the person?
Yes, you would go to a bystander and you try to gather as much information as you can to help the patient. More information for us helps the patient in their treatment, and it helps the hospital when we bring them there.
Is that responsibility or role separate and apart from police work?
Yes.
As a paramedic firefighter, are you involved in police work at all?
No.
Sometimes when you go to a scene and you try to help somebody, you write a report?
If you're in a particular role, you would write the report.
So when you go and arrive at a scene, is it fair to say you don't always write a report?
Correct.
And the purpose of the report, is that to try to help law enforcement?
No.
What's the purpose of when someone would write a report as a firefighter paramedic?
Depending on the call, there would be a report written by the officer on the call. That's just for logistics and dispatch information, what we responded to, and that's kind of simple. But the other report would be a medical report that the lead paramedic would write.
Were you working on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Was that an assigned shift for you?
Yes.
Did you volunteer or ask to work specially that night, or was that already assigned?
Ask it differently.
Was that assignment already set before that night?
Yes.
When you get a shift assigned to you, is it night by night, week by week, month by month?
It's just we rotate through. If you're on a group and you rotate through a schedule, it's set that you work 124, you have 1 day off, you work another 24, you have 5 off, and then the rotation begins again. So it's just a set schedule essentially, but it rotates through the weeks.
Was January 29, 2022 part of your set schedule?
Yes.
When you have a set schedule, are you assigned a specific role in the department that might change from shift to shift?
Yes.
What was your specific role on January 29, 2022?
For that shift, I was on the engine. I was the back step. So there's an engine driver, there's an engine lieutenant, and then there's one person in the back who's just a firefighter status, and we call that the back step.
As the back step that night, did you have any specific or general responsibilities if there was a call?
Generally, if it's a fire-related call, you deal with that. If it's a medical call, you're there to assist the paramedics that are on the ambulance, and you take directive from them, whatever they ask you to do or need you to do. You're just there to assist them so that they can best focus on the patient.
When you arrive at the scene and you're on the back step, are you basically at the directive of the leader of the group?
Yes.
That morning, around a little after 6 in the morning on January 29, 2022, do you remember a call or a tone coming in?
Yes.
Do you remember what it was for?
It was for a man down in the snow or a man unresponsive in the snow.
Do you remember leaving the fire department that night?
I do.
Tell us as you're leaving what's happening.
So I'm in the engine, the command car with the captain who runs the shift started to 34 Fairview Road first. The ambulance was in front of us, and then we were behind the ambulance.
Did you know the address you were going to was 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
When you left the police station, the fire station, when you got on the back of the truck, did you know at that time who lived at 34 Fairview Road?
No.
Tell us a little bit about the conditions outside as you rode to 34 Fairview Road.
It was raining. I'm sorry, not raining. It was snowing pretty heavily. There was definitely snow on the ground at that point. It was windy. It was very cold.
Was there a storm?
Yes.
How long do you think it took to get from the fire station to Fairview Road?
Probably within 5 or 6 minutes.
When you first started pulling up towards Fairview Road, did you see anything?
Police cruisers and a civilian vehicle. And then we pulled up all kind of in front of that.
How many police cruisers did you see as you pulled up to Fairview Road?
I remember seeing one.
There was an ambulance in front of you?
Yes.
Did the police cruiser have their lights on?
Yes.
Not just their headlights, did they have the lights that are often referred to as blue lights or overhead lights?
Yes.
Did you hear any sirens?
No.
How about the ambulance? Did the ambulance have emergency lights?
Yes.
Did you hear any sirens?
No.
The fire truck, does the fire truck have emergency lights?
Yes.
Do you remember if those were activated?
Yep.
Does the fire engine have a siren?
Yes.
Was the siren activated?
No.
Why not?
We only use the sirens to kind of clear cars out of the road. So there's no need to use a siren when there's no cars on the road. So we're not just doing it in the middle of the morning to wake everybody up. It's just unnecessary.
When you first arrived at Fairview Road and you saw the emergency vehicles, did you see any people?
Yes.
While you were still in the fire truck or after you got out of the fire truck?
Probably after I got out.
After you got out of the fire truck, where do you go?
So I knew that they were working on a patient. So I knew they're going to need the stretcher. So myself and firefighter Walsh went right to the ambulance and retrieved the stretcher and brought it as close to the patient as we could.
At some point, did you see the patient?
Yes.
Was it he or she?
It was a man.
Where was he when you first saw him?
He was lying supine on the side of the road, off the curb, like into a lawn.
How close to him were you when you first saw him?
Well, I only made it to the curb where I brought the stretcher. He was maybe from here to that table, maybe.
When you stood on the curb and you saw that man lying, was his feet closest to you, his head, or his side?
His head would be closer to me.
Did you lift the man from the ground?
No.
Did some of your colleagues?
Yes.
After you brought the stretcher or the bed to the side of the road, did you remain there on the side of the road?
They lifted him on the backboard, they put him on the stretcher, and then they pretty much immediately started moving to bring him in the back of the ambulance.
Around the area where you first saw this man lying supine on the ground, was there anything other than ground? Were there any objects in that
I'm
area?
sorry?
Was there any objects near him?
I remember seeing a fire hydrant, and that's all I can really remember.
When you mentioned that he was lying about as close to that table as you, would 8 to 10 feet be a fair estimate?
I don't know that I could say.
Okay. At some point, did you receive further directions from anybody on the team asking you to do something?
Yes. Firefighter Flamati I was at the head of the stretcher with Firefighter Flamati, and he asked me to try to gather more information and kind of see what happened and what's going on.
Did you have someone that you wanted to gather information from?
Yes. There was a woman who seemed to be really concerned and involved with the patient's status, and so I just kind of assumed that this would be the person that I could try to get more information from.
Did you take a guess?
Yeah.
The person that you try to get more information from, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you point that person out and describe an article of clothing
Black
they
suit.
wear?
Black suit.
And do you see where that person's sitting in between?
I do. Her attorneys.
Did you approach that person?
I did.
Now, you mentioned you're not a police officer or a criminal investigator. What type of information are you hoping to get generally in these circumstances?
Some basic demographic info. You can answer a lot of questions by just asking a few very simple ones. So obviously you're trying to get his name and his date of birth. And then you ask questions if the patient has a medical history, if the patient takes daily medications, if the patient has any allergies. And that's all things that can help to sort of maybe explain why this person is in the position that he's in. For example, if someone says, reported that he had a heart condition or a seizure disorder or he was a diabetic, that would help us sort of, that's relevant information for us for his treatment and to pass on to the hospital.
Did you have a chance to speak with the person that you had pointed out?
I did.
When you spoke to that person, did you get a chance to ask any of those questions you would typically ask?
I did.
When you spoke to the person, what did they tell you?
She gave me his name, his date of birth. She denied him having any medical history or daily medications or allergies. I was kind of moving around. She was moving around the scene. So I was kind of moving around, trying to gather the information with her.
Did she say anything to you in addition to the typical background information that you would try to obtain from somebody?
Yes.
What did she say?
Well, I asked another question. Once we had come to a stop, I asked if there had been any significant trauma that happened that preceded this, and she answered with a series of statements that she repeated. I hit him. I hit him. There was a woman next to us who told her to calm down, stop talking, calm down, you're hysterical. So she repeated, I hit him, and a police officer asked her, said, you what? And she repeated it again, I hit him. And the officer then signaled for his sergeant to come down to the scene or down to where he was.
Sunshine Girl, congratulations,
When
26
she
months.
first told
OG.
you that she had hit him, you said there was another woman next to her. Did you know who that woman was?
Not at the time.
Do you now know who that woman was?
I do.
And who was that?
Miss Jen McCabe.
Did you know Miss McCabe at that time?
No.
Do you know her personally now?
No.
Are you friendly or friends with her in any way?
No.
You mentioned that when the defendant said, I hit him, Miss McCabe was trying to intervene?
Yes, it appeared that way.
What did it appear she was trying to do?
Trying to get her to calm down, to stop talking. It appeared that she was...
Sustained. Jurors disregard that comment.
Did Miss McCabe interject verbally?
Yes.
After Miss McCabe interjected and the defendant made those statements about hitting him, did you persist in getting more information, asking to clarify what she meant by I hit him?
No, I did not.
Why not?
A few reasons. I felt at that point, given the situation and how disturbing, and it was a very emotional situation, the woman was very upset. I didn't feel comfortable pushing and asking for more. I just didn't think that it was the right time for that, and it was also really not my place at that point, and I feel like that was something that the police that's more their role.
Asking follow-up questions about what she meant by I hit him, would that have helped your diagnosis and treatment of the man in any way?
It could have.
But you made the decision to stop asking her questions?
I did.
Did you ask her any more questions after she said I hit him?
I decided not to.
At some point after you spoke to the defendant, did you go back to the ambulance and tell anybody, any of your colleagues?
I did.
And why would you do that?
That's the whole point of me trying to get more information, is that I get the information and I bring it back to the people who are treating the patient.
Did you go back to the ambulance and repeat that information to your colleagues?
I did.
Did you have any other further role at the scene as far as helping the man or doing anything else?
No, other than I drove the ambulance to the hospital.
With the gentleman in the ambulance?
Yes.
Did you learn who that person was?
Yes.
Did you know at the time who it was?
No.
When you got to 34 Fairview, did you recognize the home when you got there?
No.
Did you later learn who lived at that home?
Yes.
Did you know somebody who had lived at that home?
Yes.
Did you know that person lived there prior to that night?
I learned that she lived there.
Okay. And that person that you knew lived there, what is their name?
Caitlin Albert.
How did you know Caitlin Albert?
We went to high school together. We're in the same grade. We have mutual friends, and growing up we had different friend groups, but those groups would often get together in bigger groups and hang out. I see her in group settings. I socialize with her occasionally. I don't have a personal relationship with her. I wouldn't consider her to be a friend of mine, but I do see her occasionally because of social events.
That's a long answer.
I don't have a one-on-one. I don't have a close personal relationship with her.
Was she a friend on social media back at the time?
Yeah.
Since this event, have you been on any outings or trips with friends of hers or in a group setting where she was present?
I don't remember ever seeing her since then.
Had you ever talked to her about your role that night?
Never.
Did the fact that somebody you knew lived in that house, did it have anything to do with your treatment and care that morning?
Not at all.
When you saw the man in the back of the ambulance, did you make note whether he was missing any clothing items?
He was missing a shoe. A sneaker.
I'd like, with the court's permission, to play Exhibit 4, part of it.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you can start at 6:13:45.
So the ambulance rolls up. They bring the stretcher. Stop.
Stop, please. Do you recognize whether or not you're in that video, ma'am?
Yes.
What color jacket are you wearing?
I'm in the red and yellow jacket.
Okay, continue, please.
So she testified that his head was closer to the road. I thought his feet were closer to the road. I don't know, that might have been head closer. Was that a sigh? It's yellow. Thank you very much.
Stop, please. There are two yellow jackets, one on the left, one in the middle of the screen. Do you know which one is you?
I'm now in the middle of the screen.
Okay. Continue, please. Stop, please. Do you know who that is on the left of the screen at the flagpole?
Which one? At the.
To the left. If you could play a few more seconds, Mr.
There's
Gilman.
only one flagpole.
It's two officers and a civilian woman.
Okay. How about on the left? Do you know who that is?
Oh, no.
Okay. And that time is 6:15:12. If you could continue, please. Stop, please. Is that you, ma'am, in the yellow?
Yes.
Okay, continue, please. Stop, please. Do you see yourself on that screen?
Yes.
What color jacket?
The red and yellow.
And who's to your left?
Miss Reed.
across from you, with the blue or black jacket with the hood, do you know who that is at this time?
Miss McCabe.
And you didn't know her at the time?
No.
Do you see the officer that's turned away from you?
Yes.
Do you know who he's speaking to?
No.
Do you know the exact moment that the defendant told you, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I think it was just prior to that.
Okay, continue. Stop, please. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, Mr. Jackson.
Here we go. Mr. Jackson's up.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning.
You indicated that one of the things that is paramount to the life-saving effort or the medical assistance that you and your colleagues provide is to determine what the cause is of the injury, correct?
To determine, just to gather as much information as we can about his history and like recent events that could have precipitated how we found the patient.
What you said on direct examination was, quote, what happened and what's going on, end quote, correct?
Yes.
So, for instance, the what happened, you want to find out and differentiate what happened. Is it a gunshot?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. When you're asking what happened, you're trying to determine what happened. For instance, one of the things you're trying to do is differentiate between a gunshot and a knife wound, correct?
Yes.
Or poison, or ingestion of a poisonous substance, or a heart attack.
Yeah, in this particular, this scenario,
this
it's...
Next question.
Thank you. I'm asking about in general, when you're taking on information, trying to download information at a scene, you're trying to determine, as you said, quote, what happened, correct?
Yeah.
That's important to determine, correct?
Yeah.
You want to get the person's age. You want to get the person's date of birth. You want to get the person's allergies, for instance.
Yep.
But you also, paramount among those, you want to find out what happened. Why are we here? Correct?
Yes.
Did a person fall out of a tree? Or
Right.
stumble down a stair step? Correct?
Right.
In doing so, it's important to relay that information to others as well. You would agree with that, correct?
Yes.
That's the whole point, Ms. McLaughlin. You want to gather the information and then let others know exactly what happened and document that as best you possibly can so that the life-saving efforts or the medical assistance can continue for the patient, correct?
Yeah, you have to share the information that you got with the people who are providing care.
And one of the ways you do that is by writing it down, correct?
No.
Can I ask you, who did you speak with before your testimony today, in anticipation of your testimony today?
Here we go.
I met with the DA's office a few times.
Who at the DA's office?
Mr. Brennan, a witness advocate, and there were different troopers there at different meetings.
What did you and Mr. Brennan discuss at these? Well, let me ask you first of all, foundationally, how many meetings were there?
3.
3. When were they?
One in maybe January was just a meeting. One a few weeks ago. We reviewed the testimony from the last proceeding, and then yesterday, briefly to say that I'm getting called and I'm going today, and if I had any questions.
Let's talk about the one a couple of weeks ago. Where was that meeting held?
At the DA's office.
And you said you reviewed testimony with whom?
I watched the testimony from the first trial. It was Mr. Brennan, myself, a witness advocate, and perhaps Trooper Tully
And
at
you
that
and Mr.
point.
Brennan went over your testimony at the last proceeding, correct?
We just watched it.
Okay.
Yeah.
There obviously were questions about that testimony once you finished watching it, I'm guessing, correct?
I guess so.
Discussed certain aspects of the testimony, is that right?
Yeah.
Mr. Brennan told you that, for instance, he was going to bring out on direct examination, his examination, your relationship with Caitlin Albert, correct?
He said, I will ask you about the relationship.
And that was in anticipation of me asking about that relationship, correct?
Objection. Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan tell you that he wanted to make sure that he brought out that information so that it wasn't brought out on cross-examination by me?
Objection. Sustained.
What did Mr. Brennan say about the reason he wanted to bring out the relationship with Caitlin Albert on the examination?
There was no reason that he gave.
But he did tell you that he wanted to make sure that y'all covered that on direct examination during his examination, correct?
Objection. Sustained.
Did he say something like that?
No.
Did you say something like that? I would like this information brought out so it's not brought out on cross-examination?
No.
At the last hearing when you testified about a year ago, that wasn't brought out on direct examination, was it?
Objection. Sustained.
May we approach?
Okay.
AJ's chasing the vacation pics. Bikinis on the beach is what we're headed for if AJ gets his way. I don't know if he will, so we'll see what happens. AJ is butthurt that Brennan's stealing his thunder. It's definitely changing things up to take away his mic drop moments, right? Oh, you don't know the family? Isn't this you on vacation with them? That sort of moment is what we had last time, and it's just an acquaintance. AJ's on a chase. They are allowed to meet. They all do it on both sides. He's just trying to catch her off guard in a lie and compromising position. Right. The way they do this, they make it seem like these meetings with the prosecutor before they testify are bad, and somehow, you know, that a negative inference should exist because they met before the testimony. Everybody does it. Everybody. It's okay. If it were bad, Mr. Brennan, every time this testimony happened, the judge would just go ape on him, and it's fine. It's fine. He's trying to set a trap. He wants to ask a lot of questions about this and get as many answers solidified as he can before he broaches this conversation and then tries to spring the trap. So we'll see. Brennan's strategy is brilliant. He's attacking the defense head on. That way the defense seems more unbelievable and fabricated, especially when everything is disclosed up front. Wait till Proctor. You at Proctor, here's what's going to happen. Somebody's going to come into the room. They're going to pop in and like, oh, what's happening? And they're like, is this the defense grilling Proctor? No, that's the prosecution trying to get all the dirty stuff out of the way before defense gets it out.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McLaughlin, we were talking about very briefly your testimony about a year ago. In your testimony a year ago, you did not disclose in your initial conversation the fact of your relationship with Ms. Albert, did you?
I object. I move for an instruction.
So the objection sustained. Next question.
Who was it that asked the question about Ms. Albert a year ago?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell anyone, Trooper Proctor, any investigator, anybody from the DA's office last year about your relationship with Caitlin Albert?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, only when there started to be a lot of harassment and things that, insinuations and stuff that started coming out online. I had said maybe once to them that I was concerned I was being harassed.
My question, Ms. McLaughlin, was before the information was disclosed,
Jim McCabe
which was during the first proceeding. Objection.
Let's hear the question.
Before that information was disclosed during the first proceeding, in any of your interviews with Michael Proctor or anybody else from the DA's office, did you disclose, from the Massachusetts State Police or anybody from the DA's office, did you disclose, did you volunteer that you had a relationship with Caitlin Albert before the first proceeding?
Yeah, I'm saying I told the DA about the harassment and the insinuations. That was before the first trial when I met with them.
How was there harassment and insinuations if it hadn't been disclosed at the first proceeding?
Because it's out there everywhere on the internet and has been.
Before the first proceeding, Ms. McLaughlin, before you ever testified. That's my question. Do you understand my question?
It's been going on since before the first proceeding.
If you hadn't testified at the first proceeding, at which point it was revealed, how could you have ever suffered any harassment for it? It wasn't disclosed yet, Ms. McLaughlin. Do you understand?
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Who did you tell at the DA's office?
The relationship that I had with Caitlin Albert had been out there. It had been published and proliferated on the internet. And so that was before the first proceeding.
And who did you tell at the DA's office about this before the first proceeding?
I don't remember who it was or the meeting, but...
Was it Mr. Lally?
It could have been.
Do you have a memory of that?
Not specifically. I don't remember who it was.
Was it Ms. McLaughlin?
Like I said, I don't remember specifically.
Miss Laura McLaughlin, no relationship.
Like I said, not specifically.
That should have been turned over to the defense if she told the prosecutors.
Let's talk about that initial call to 34 Fairview. You responded to the call of an unresponsive male in the snow. That was early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Once you were there, Mr. O'Keefe had been placed on a gurney and moved to the ambulance. You were instructed to go get information about the victim.
Yes.
You've described in a video the basic scene where you claim that this statement was made by my client, correct?
Yes.
That was a situation in which you're standing there, Ms. Reed is standing there, Ms. McCabe is standing across from you, and there's...
Good grief. We had an audio blowout.
Kind of diagonal across from me.
Holy cow.
Yes.
Don't wiggle the cables, please.
McLaughlin, can you tell me if you recognize the still shot depicted in that photograph?
I recognize me in it, yes.
And when is that approximately, does that approximate what you're describing? Is that time in which you're standing there, I'm guessing in the yellow jacket, Ms. Reed's to your right, Ms. McCabe's to your left, and there's an officer standing directly across from you?
Yes.
Is this the time that you indicate that that statement was made?
Around this time.
Yeah, I'd like to have that marked as next in order, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objections, Mr. Brennan?
None, thank you.
Okay.
May I retrieve?
Yeah. 50?
Do you remember the name of the officer that was standing directly across from you when you indicate that this statement was made?
I didn't know, but I am aware now.
But and by the way, that officer's name is what?
Officer Sarif.
you're describing a situation in which you're standing there, Miss Reed is next to you, within earshot is a uniformed police officer, and she said, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Then he said, what? Is that right?
So it's, I hit him. Miss McCabe interjected, and then she said, I hit him. And then the officer said, you what? And then she said, I hit him. And he said, go get Goody down here.
Okay, so
I can't hear anything.
3 times or 4 times that you indicate she said I hit him?
That's 4.
4 times.
By the end of the trial, it will be 7.
And you, according to you, you indicate that at the time that Ms. Reed made these statements, she was hysterical and somewhat out of control. Is that right?
She was upset. I would say hysterical, yeah.
Did you describe her last year as obviously upset, overly frantic, and almost hysterical?
Yeah, I believe it. I remember that.
Okay. If we could play Exhibit 4.
Okay.
Starting at 9.
I don't know what caused that, but I put a limiter on the feed, so it can't happen again.
About 9:46. Can you stop it? Did you see the 2 people enter from screen right?
Yes.
Who is that?
That would be myself and Miss Reed.
Okay, this is the first point at which you and Miss Reed begin to converge with the other 2 individuals, Miss McCabe and the officer, correct?
I had started trying to gather the information prior to this, and then she was moving around, so I had kind of was following her, asking the questions, and then we eventually came, here to this point and came to a stop.
So my answer, your answer is yes. This is the point at which you converged with Miss McCabe and the officer.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. You see yourself sort of in the foreground of the bright jacket.
Yep.
And Miss Reed's just on the other side of you, correct?
Yes.
Standing there.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Okay, we can have thoughts on. Ms. McLaughlin, during that video, that's the time in which you say, or you claimed last year, that Ms. Reed was, in your words, obviously upset, overly frantic, and almost hysterical, correct?
Yes.
Did she look almost hysterical in that video?
She was, well, in that video, that could not explain what that scene was like.
Did she look overly frantic in that video?
She was frantic throughout the whole scene. I think that was me describing the entire scene.
I see.
Yeah.
So she did not look overly frantic in that video?
She was upset, for sure.
Was she overly frantic and almost hysterical in that video? Just now?
I don't know that you could really see from that video.
Did you see anything that appeared to be overly frantic and almost hysterical?
Like I said, that video's not really you can't hear anything, so it's hard to.
Was she running around?
She had been.
I didn't ask you if she had been.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things that happened. When she's standing there with you, was she running around?
No, she had just stopped running around.
Was she gesticulating?
I don't know.
Do you know what that means?
I don't.
Was she using her arms and going crazy with her hands and arms and running in circles?
She had been, but like I said.
She had been.
Yeah, but I
I'm
think
asking you about what happened before you got there. I'm asking you what happened when. I'm sorry.
Question and answer, please.
Thank you. I'm not asking you what happened before we got to that video.
Judge dials him back a
I'm
little
asking
bit.
you about the video in which you described her previously as being overly frantic and almost hysterical. Did she look like she was just gesticulating and moving her arms and spinning in circles?
not in that video.
Okay, thank you. And according to you, that's the point at which Ms. McCabe said, I think you need to calm down, correct?
Yes.
And according to you, that's the point at which McCabe said, you're hysterical, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Just so I'm clear, who in that video, Ms. Reed or Ms. McCabe, appeared to be doing most of the talking?
You cannot see from that video.
Who in that video
I don't know.
appeared to be gesticulating with their arms? My client or Ms. McCabe?
I think Miss McCabe was doing that, saying you need to calm down, you're hysterical.
Oh, the whole time she's gesticulating, she's saying, calm down, Karen, you're being hysterical. Calm down, you're hysterical. And just repeating that?
She was trying to get her to stop and to calm down because of the statement she was making.
I see.
And she was trying to get her to stop, calm down.
I see. Okay.
Here comes an
During
objection.
that entire video, that was probably 40, 50 seconds or so, maybe it's a minute. That's when you're saying now that Ms. McCabe was gesticulating and saying, calm down, Karen. You need to stop making statements. Calm down. Right? That's what she was doing.
Yes.
Okay. Well, you'll agree that Ms. Reed was standing relatively quietly to your right, not saying much of anything.
No, what she had just said, she had seemed upset when she said that. And what she said was obviously Miss McCabe was trying to convince her that that was not, you need to calm down. Stop saying that.
Right in front of a police officer who never said he heard her say it.
Objection.
Sustained.
You were standing 18 inches, 2 feet from Officer Seraph, correct?
I don't know exactly.
Well, give me an idea. I mean, 2 feet, 3 feet, whatever.
He was standing near me.
And he was standing even closer to my client, wasn't he?
Yes.
At this moment, when you claim to have heard the I hit him repeated 4 times, where was Officer Flamati? I'm sorry, where's Firefighter Flamati and Firefighter Nagel?
In the ambulance.
With the doors closed.
Yes.
And the ambulance, this is my ignorance, I'm assuming the engine was running.
Yep.
I'm assuming that there's some sort of a heating system inside that ambulance to keep it nice and warm for patients.
Yes.
So that was running as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yeah.
So with that door closed, those doors closed, how many feet away, by the way, from where we're looking? How many feet away? How many yards away?
I don't know. We were fairly close to the ambulance.
Further than you and I are from each other right now, or closer?
I think closer.
Okay. How about now?
I'm not sure. The ambulance was behind us. I'm not sure how close we were.
Right. At least a few yards.
Sure.
Okay. And those doors are pretty thick, secure metal doors that lock. Is that right?
Yes.
Obviously, when you saw them, I mean, I know you don't know what was happening inside the ambulance, but when you saw them, Firefighter Nagel and Firefighter Flamati were engaged in life-saving measures with Mr. O'Keefe one doing the bag, one doing chest compressions, as they entered into the ambulance, which you did see, correct?
Yes.
When those doors closed, would you presume, from your experience, that those life-saving measures and their focus was on John O'Keefe, that continued?
Yes.
You testified that you went back to the ambulance at some point and you told firefighter Flamati and firefighter Nuttall what you claim to have heard. You've told this jury, correct?
I went back to the ambulance after that, and I told them what was said and gave them the demographic information that I got.
Okay. So in other words, firefighter Flamati and firefighter Nuttall heard it from you. You didn't say it to somebody else and they reported it to those two. They heard it directly from you, correct?
I went back and I said, I gave the demographics and I said, she's saying I hit him.
Right. So in other words, they heard that from you.
I gave them.
Objection.
Is that yes or no?
Objection.
She answered the question. Next question.
So if she is the source of I hit him,
I want to ask
that
you
those
a
other
couple
two
questions
people
about
heard.
Your relationship with Caitlin Albert. You were asked at a hearing about a year ago.
Here comes the
back
bikini
in May last
pics.
year, May 3rd, as a matter of fact, 2024, about that relationship. Do you remember what your answer was?
No, not specifically.
You remember saying, in response to the question, who's Caitlin Albert, asked by me,
I don't remember specifically what I said.
did you say, I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert?
Have the page number and line, please.
May 3rd transcript,
Brandon.
10-24, lines 2 and 3.
Brennan knows.
Did you say, I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert?
I believe so.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at your transcript.
Sure.
Now all the deceptiveness that we got in trial number 1 is going to be played out through transcript question and answer.
I have May 3.
Okay, thank you,
Brennan.
Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Let me wait for you to go.
No.
You see that?
Yeah.
May I?
Yes.
Did that refresh your recollection as to what your answer was to the question, who's Caitlin Albert?
Yes.
Did you say, quote, I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert?
Yes.
Ms. McLaughlin, that was not a full and accurate statement of your relationship with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I object.
Was that accurate?
I mean, that's a fact. That's
Okay, next question.
All right, I'd like to be seen.
All right. Mr. Jackson, why don't you do?
I don't think Brennan's going to win this one. If the question that Mr. Jackson asked, was that a full and accurate statement of, well, he said that was not a full and accurate statement of your relationship. And she says, well, it's factual, meaning that the part I told you was true. That is not the question. Mr. Brennan objecting is not going to help. I think AJ gets to go there. I don't know what happened with the noise there. It came in on the feed, and my ears are still ringing. I apologize for that. Got limiters on both right and left channels now independently.
Go ahead.
In answer to that question, the open-ended question, who's Caitlin Albert, you didn't offer up in that first initial response, you didn't offer up, you didn't say we're friends.
AJ won.
We're not.
You didn't say that we are in the same friend group, did you?
No.
You didn't say we've been friends since high school.
No.
You said I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Almost as if you just saw her name in a yearbook.
No, I don't agree with that.
That's not true, is it? I mean, that wouldn't be true, correct? Because you did know Caitlin Albert.
That is true. And you asked me if I knew her, and I said yes. And you asked me if I'm friends with her, and I said I wouldn't say friends.
You wouldn't say friends.
Right.
Even as you sit here today, you would not say that you're friends with Caitlin Albert.
No.
You wouldn't say that you've been friends for years.
We've known each other for years.
That wasn't my question.
We've known each other for years, but we are not close friends. We don't have a relationship, just her one-on-one. It's just group settings.
You grew up in the same town together, correct?
We did.
Went to the same middle school together.
Correct.
Went to the same high school together.
Yes.
You socialized with her.
Yes.
You've taken day trips with her and others.
Yes.
You've taken beach trips with her and others.
Yes.
You've taken 4th of July weekend getaways with her and others.
I don't remember that, but
One of your best friends named Michaela actually lived with Caitlin Albert at college, didn't she?
yes.
And you visited your best friend at that residence where she lived with Caitlin Albert on more than one occasion, didn't you?
Yeah, occasionally I would go to visit the friends that I had there.
You would even spend the night in the apartment with them, correct?
Maybe a handful of times, yes.
You've taken photographs with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I'm in pictures with her, yes.
You've been to baby showers with Caitlin Albert over the years.
I have attended a baby shower with her,
Had
yes.
celebrations with her over the years. Correct?
Yeah, we socialize, like I said, group settings, social events. I will see her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
All right, briefly.
What Mr. Jackson is, he's carrying in his hand, I was going to say, what Mr. Jackson's about to show the judge is that photo and saying, I've laid the groundwork. She's still trying to hesitate. I need to show how close they were. And in this picture, we're going to see the proximity, whose arm is around who, where, how close they are. This is not all the seniors in high school were at the beach and we happen to be caught in the same photograph together. He's arguing to get this in. I think the judge has already ruled that unless it becomes pertinent, it's not coming in. We'll see if it's allowed. He already went there over the prosecutor's objection. And I think it might be coming in because she's been adamant that they just were not together. It came in last time. I think it'll come in this time. A ton of pictures with people I'm not friends with. Do you ever put your arm around them for the photograph? The problem is if she's friends and she's the one that the I hit him originated with, she would have motive potentially to perpetuate that story about I hit him. She says she's the one that told firefighter Nuttall and the other guy. The firefighters don't remember that, but she says she is. She says it happened. Karen said it to her and another policeman, and the other policeman heard it. The other policeman didn't write that in his report that I'm aware of. So it's goes to motive a little bit. Trying to find your comment, Nicole. I thought it was a good one. Let's see, where was that at? Did I already put it on the screen? I did. If Karen's convicted, it's because her defense team let her talk to the media. Her statement from Friday when she said she knew John was on the side of the road and didn't appear mortally wounded. That part, that was a bad look for sure. We just passed 1,000 likes. Thank you very much for your generosity. Charles, still no on that one. I'm loving the lawyering back and forth, and I want to hear all the evidence. It is astounding. Especially if she had the go-ahead and the nod from her attorneys. You would think that would be just a terrible idea. It impeaches the first EMT, Mr. Whiffen. Are we talking about? No, that was the other guy. The first EMT who said his memory is better now. That was Nuttall. I think firefighter Nuttall, right? Who was inside the ambulance at that time. His memory gets better every day. I'll have what he's having. We cannot say she's innocent until we hear all the evidence. Actually, it's the reverse is true. She starts out innocent legally, unless and until she is proven guilty beyond reasonable doubt. DSN gifted a membership. Thank you very much for your generous donation. Barbara, yes, there is some of the interviews that she does say. There's one where she says, "I know I said I hit him," or something like that. I know I said it, or I know I said I hit him, but did I say it that many times? Or there's a comment like that the jury's already heard. It's been played in court. Kelly, no, I cannot play the interviews, unfortunately. My memory gets better over time. Sometimes it gets worse over time. Sometimes it depends on the situation and time to reflect on events. I can tell you that all my memories of catching fish have gotten better over time, and the fish has grown. Cheryl Moran, welcome to the jury. Cheryl, thank you very much for joining the jury. Appreciate that blue courthouse by your name. Thank you, thank you. Karen's statements about the ex-girlfriends were also a bad look for her. I would say Karen does not do well on camera, just period. In interviews, she does not come across well. Paul is back. He's in the back corner. We are expecting to hear him on the stand relatively soon. Miss Kara 26 says, I have a ton of pictures with a ton of friends, same situation. I don't even know their names. I do not know how people do not get that. I'm in pictures with a lot of people, but it could be that, and I'm not insinuating anything with this, Miss Kara. It could be that the fact that I don't drink, I don't have anything that lessens my inhibitions about being close to people who, physically. So it's possible that with a little alcohol, I would be more prone to throw my arm around somebody and smile and, hey, big group picture. That could be a possibility. But I don't put my arm around people generally for pictures if I don't know them. They're a friend.
Just a moment.
Yes.
Strategy. AJ's looking for papers. The Commonwealth testimony from the blood alcohol content lady was pretty good at proving that Karen Reed was drunk, although the cross-examination opening the possibility of her having poured one or more drinks for herself after she returned to John's house calls into question all the numbers. I'm not sure where I am on that now. I do believe we've got video of her drinking. We know she went to the waterfall. We know she went to the CF McCarthy's. We know she ordered drinks. We know she took at least one shot. We've got her admission on that. So it's not hard for me to believe that she was drunk that night. Katie, thanks for bringing friends. Hello, Mimi. Welcome.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Now you guys need to subscribe. Turn on the gifted membership option.
May I stay by the witness stand just so I can take the photographs back? Can you describe, first of all, take a quick glance through
Pictures
that
are coming
series of pages and tell me if you recognize what's depicted in those pages.
Looks like somebody's been on Facebook.
Yes.
How do you recognize those documents? What are they?
Objection.
The objection is sustained.
Are those photographs?
Objection. Yes. Oh.
The photographs. Next question.
Who's depicted in the first photograph?
Myself.
Sustained.
Do you see does every one of those photographs include you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does every one of those photographs include Caitlin Albert?
Objection. I'd like a curative
Sustained.
instruction.
The reality is, Ms. McLaughlin,
Pictures aren't
your
coming in.
relationship with Caitlin Albert goes back not just weeks or months or years, it goes back a decade or more. Matter of fact, more than a decade.
I grew up. We live in the same town, so we went through all the same school systems and everything.
May I approach?
Yes.
If I can have this, please. The reality is you did more with Caitlin Albert than simply go to the same school system. Is that right?
Yes.
One of these photographs has you on vacation with
Objection.
Caitlin Albert drinking, correct?
Sustained.
You've been photographed.
Brennan's
Been
objecting
photographed
to
with
everything.
Miss Albert on many occasions at many celebrations with your girlfriends, correct?
Like a sidebar, please.
I'm going to allow that.
Is that right?
Been photographed on occasions with her.
On occasions, yes.
That wasn't my question, Your Honor.
Go ahead, ask
My
it.
question was, you've been photographed on many occasions and many celebrations with Caitlin Albert and your girlfriends, that group of girls that we just looked at.
Yeah.
And those include, as we went over just a second ago, 4th of July vacations, correct?
I'm not sure the dates on them.
I didn't ask you about the dates. I don't know the dates either.
Well, I don't know that was a 4th of July celebration. I'm not sure.
Do you see a beach photo with American flags in the background?
I'm objecting.
Sustained.
So you've had, those photographs represent some of the celebrations that you have had with Caitlin Albert and others in your friend group, correct?
I'm objecting.
Sustained.
You've gone on overnight vacations with Caitlin Albert, isn't that right?
There was one that I can remember, one overnight that I can remember with a big group of people.
Who was that? Where was that?
That was in Maine.
It was in Bethel, Maine, wasn't it?
Could have been. It was in Maine.
Have you been to more than one vacation in Maine with Caitlin Albert?
No, I don't know. That's the name of the town. I don't remember.
You've indicated that you've had baby showers where you've attended with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I was invited to a baby shower, not Caitlin Albert's, but she was also invited to the baby shower.
Right, and the two of you posed for a photograph together, correct?
We posed around the girl that was having the baby.
Right, you and who else?
A bunch of other girls, her friends.
Right, was one of them Caitlin Albert?
She was in the photo, yeah.
She's standing right next to you in the photo?
She could have been. Is that in there?
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
May I approach?
No. Next question.
You just looked at a photograph of you.
I just glanced through them.
Objecting to this
Sorry.
whole line.
The objection is sustained.
The reality is, Ms. McLaughlin, your relationship with Caitlin Albert is far more than simply somebody that you went to high school with. Isn't that true?
I described what it is.
Do you stand by your testimony that Caitlin Albert is, quote, somebody I went to high school with somebody by that name?
I said that, and I described the relationship numerous times throughout that testimony to clarify it.
And you clarified it under questioning by me, correct?
Yes, and Mr. Lally, he asked follow-ups.
And in fact, you were shown some of these photographs last year, too.
Objection. Sustained.
The reason you clarified it is because you were confronted with photos of yourself last year, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. The reason you clarified it, as you just testified, your relationship, is because you were confronted with photographs of you and Caitlin Albert last year, correct?
I just answered the questions that you had.
Right, and you were shown photographs last year.
I was, yes.
There's also another member of the Albert family that you've spoken to about this case, isn't that right?
No.
January 30th, 2022, you were contacted by a member of the Canton Police Department to set up an interview, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You remember being contacted by anybody to set up an interview with Michael Proctor?
The state police called me, and I met with two state troopers. I don't know which one of the troopers called me to set up the interview.
Isn't it true that it was actually a Canton police officer who coordinated that interview with you?
I have no knowledge of that at all.
Isn't it true that the Canton police officer who set up the interview with Massachusetts State Police and coordinated that interview was a detective named Kevin? You remember that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Isn't it true that Brian Albert has a brother named Kevin Albert on Canton Police Department?
I know that now.
Isn't that who coordinated your interview with Michael Proctor?
I've never spoken to Kevin Albert, ever.
You can't remember who it was that set up the meeting. How can you say with such specificity?
Because it was the state police called me. The state police called me. It was a state trooper.
Can you wait till I'm finished with my
Hold
question?
on 1 second.
Oh, sorry.
Might be an objection here.
If you can't remember who it was that called you specifically, how can you say with such specificity that you've never spoken to Kevin Albert?
Because I have only ever talked about this case with a state police trooper. So there were two of them there when I went for the interview. I don't remember which one called me, but I've never been contacted by anyone in the Canton Police about an interview or about the case. So I know it's not. I just don't know which state trooper it was that called me.
Did you talk to Mr. Brennan about this issue when y'all met?
No, I did not.
This issue never came up?
No.
About Kevin Albert or the Massachusetts State Police or your first interview?
No.
You remember testifying about this last year?
I remember you asking me about who coordinated the interview.
And now as you sit here, you're saying it was absolutely 100% Massachusetts State Police that coordinated that interview.
I only ever spoke to the state police about that interview. I wasn't contacted by anyone else to go in for that interview.
Are you saying that you now have a specific memory of how that interview was set up? And that it was Massachusetts State Police?
My only memory is...
Do you have a memory or do you
answer the question, please?
I don't really get the question.
Can you answer that question?
I don't understand the question.
Ask it again.
Sure. Are you saying, as you sit here now, that you have a memory of how that interview was set up, and it was by a Massachusetts State Police officer?
I always had a memory that it was a state police officer.
Okay.
I don't know which one. That's why I said I don't know.
Isn't it true that last year you were asked that very similar question? This is at 10-56.
She keeps glancing to prosecution.
15. Question: do you recall being contacted by a completely different officer to say, "Hey, Trooper Proctor wants to talk to you. Come on to Canton PD. He wants to have an interview"? Answer: I don't remember exactly how the interview was set up. Remember that?
Right.
So as you sit here, you now have a specific memory that that interview was set up by Massachusetts officers.
That's the only memory I have of it. And when I said I don't know, you said somebody other than Proctor, and I didn't know if you were referring to the other state trooper that was there, because I didn't remember specifically who called me to come in for the interview. But I've never spoken to anybody in the Canton Police about that interview or the setup.
In fact, Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
I'm aware of that now.
You're aware that Kevin Albert is Caitlin Albert's uncle.
I guess so.
How many conversations did you have with anybody before you actually sat down with Michael Proctor? Either in anticipation of setting up the interview or otherwise?
None. I think once I got the call, I just called my chief that they're asking me to come in. And that was that.
And you got the call from whom?
I don't know which state trooper called me.
But as you sit here now, you're very specific in your memory. It was a state trooper.
I only ever met with state troopers, and no one from the Canton Police ever contacted me about an interview, setting up an interview.
During your interview with Michael Proctor, did you disclose to Trooper Proctor that you had a pre-existing relationship with any member of the Albert family?
No.
Did Michael Proctor disclose to you during that interview that he had any kind of relationship with the Albert family?
Objection. Sustained.
I want to talk to you for a second about your role when you did, in fact, arrive at 34 Fairview, Ms. McLaughlin. How long had you been a firefighter paramedic at that time, January 29th, 2022?
Probably about 5 years.
You said that you had responded to hundreds, you believe it's possibly hundreds of calls, is that right?
Possibly.
How many were homicides or potential homicides?
None that I know of.
So this would be the first one on January 29th, 2022, is that right?
Yes.
And obviously, if you had never responded to a homicide before, you certainly had never responded to a homicide of a police officer before, correct?
Correct.
I think you indicated as much on direct examination that you are not and are not now a trained detective, is that right?
Right.
You never conducted any sort of a formal investigation, formal criminal investigation, had you?
No.
You hadn't been trained, you had no advanced training on how to preserve or interpret statements or memorialized statements for evidentiary purposes?
No.
Or for the use in trial, things of that nature?
Nope.
In fact, your role that morning was just to provide medical assistance and pretty much nothing else, is that right?
Yes.
And you'll agree that it was a somewhat chaotic scene, right?
Yes.
Lots of first responders on scene, right?
Yes.
Everybody working furiously, or at least people working furiously to provide life-saving measures to John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes.
People were talking over each other. There was a cacophony of engine sounds and noises coming from people talking and trying to speak over the wind and the howling, the driving snow and wind that was coming down, snow that was coming down. Is that right?
Yes.
You hear people in the background, in the foreground, people talking over each other.
Yes.
Emotions, your emotions, everybody else's emotions were on high alert. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were trying to do your job under pretty intense pressure and in a very limited context, correct?
Yes.
You didn't have a tape recorder with you when you were asking my client any questions, did you?
No, of course not.
There's no audio recording of that conversation you claim took place between you and Miss Reed, is that right?
Not that I know of.
And you've already indicated that you didn't even follow up with a single question when she responded in the way that you've indicated she responded, correct?
Yes.
The words you claim you heard were, "I hit him," is that right?
Correct.
It's your experience that people under pressure, people under stress, because you go to high-stress situations all the time as a firefighter paramedic, correct?
Correct.
People in those kind of situations speak in broken sentences or rhetorical questions, correct? Not uncommon.
People react differently at, different scenes.
But you certainly wouldn't say that that's uncommon. Oh my God, what happened? What happened? Things of that nature.
No.
Did you hear my client ask the question of confusion, or a series of questions of confusion? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
I did not hear that.
You never heard her say, anything close to, did I hit him or could I have hit him?
I did not.
Ms. McLaughlin, where are your notes regarding this statement?
I don't have any.
Where'd they go?
It's not in the role that I was in, I'm not in a position to write a report on this type of call. It would be the lead paramedic or the officer on scene.
So you didn't write anything down, you didn't have any opportunity to write anything down?
I didn't.
You're just going by your memory?
Yes.
I'd like to play Exhibit 4, starting at runtime 8:50.
Okay.
Positive. Just to orient us, can you tell me where you are in that video?
I might be in the middle there, although I didn't get a good look.
With the yellow and the red?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to pay special attention, Mr. McLaughlin, to your right and your left hands as this video plays. Could we go ahead and play it? Pause it. What are you looking down at?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I would write like stuff on my glove. That's something I'll do as I'm getting the information. Was that your question about notes?
So you were taking notes?
That's just me jotting down the demographics.
Let's keep playing.
Writing on my glove? Guess you always have gloves with you. What'd you just tuck away in your pocket? That was the pen. Is she right or left-handed?
Pause it. Is this still the part of the interaction where my client is overly frantic and almost hysterical?
That's the point where your client started to make the statements.
Was she overly frantic and almost hysterical?
She was distraught.
Okay. Overly frantic and almost hysterical. We're using different words. I'm asking you about your words. Does this describe her as overly
I think the overly frantic and hysterical, I was describing the entire scene.
So you'll agree that she doesn't look overly frantic or hysterical?
Again, hard to say from a video, but...
And according to you, well, that's actually, Ms. McLaughlin, it's
the judge just said that you just
say from a video, isn't it? It's a video.
Yeah, I mean, she's she's not totally in view, and I mean, she wasn't standing there calmly, I guess.
Right, she looks hysterical to you.
She was upset. Okay. She was very upset.
Hysterical?
I might say hysterical. She was extremely upset.
Okay, and this is the point at which Ms. McCabe is saying, calm down, you're being hysterical.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. So you indicated that this is the point at which, and we can leave the lights down for a second. I'm going to play it again. This is the point at which you said my client had just said, I hit him, basically confessing to having hit John O'Keefe, correct?
Those are the statements she'd made.
Okay. And Officer Seraph is standing right there, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You see any reaction from him right there?
I know he turned and told somebody to go get the sergeant. I don't know if that already played. I'm sorry?
Do you see any reaction from him?
He responded, "You what?" And she repeated it again, and then he told someone to get the sergeant.
I know that's what your statement is. I know that's your testimony. I'm asking about the video. Do you see him reacting right here?
You'd have to play it again. I wasn't looking at that part.
Do you see him handcuff my client?
Oh, no.
You see him call anybody over to handcuff my client?
He turned to signal to get Goody down here is what.
So they handcuffed her?
No.
Right. They didn't handcuff her,
No,
even though she just confessed in front of a police officer, according to you.
that's what she said.
I hit him, it's my fault, I did it. That's a confession, correct?
She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And Officer Seraph just stands there, and my client walks away, correct?
You'd have to talk to Officer Seraph about that.
Oh, we have.
You should.
Mr. McLaughlin.
Okay, so let's move on. Mr. Jackson, I'm not rushing you, but how much longer do you think you'll be?
Not long.
Okay, so,
I can wrap it in a couple of minutes.
okay.
Toward the end of this video, Your Honor. It says-
Are you playing it again, or should we put the lights on?
If we can play it again.
Okay.
Continue. Pause it. You appear to be writing something down,
I could be.
and according to you, you're writing on your glove.
Yes.
Okay. What kind of glove?
Just a regular latex glove that we use on the ambulance.
You didn't have a notepad?
I probably did. Sometimes it's easier to just write it down on your glove.
Right. Did you write I hit him on your
No, I did not.
Go ahead and play it. Still appear to be writing something down, looking down at your glove?
I might be looking at it.
Can you pause it? Is this also an example of my client being overly hysterical and frantic?
Oh, I wasn't paying attention to her.
You can have the lights up.
Judge won't let us replay it, so that was your chance to watch.
Whatever it was that you were talking to Miss Reed about, it was important enough that you had a pen out. You were writing things down, correct?
Well, I was still finishing writing down some of the other.
It was important enough.
Yeah.
To write things down, yes or no?
Yes, I wrote down things that were, some of the things that were said.
Some of the things that were important, correct?
Yes.
For instance, you'd write down John O'Keefe, that's his name, right?
Right.
You might write down a circle with a slash through it, allergies, no allergies, right?
Right.
You might write down 46 for his age.
Right.
You might write down how he was injured, hit by a car, correct?
I did not know that was, well, I didn't know what those statements meant.
You might write down 3 little syllables that was just told to you. I hit him, especially if it had been repeated 4 times as you climbed, correct?
Yeah, I had that in my head, and I was going to go tell them that.
And you had a pen right in your right hand writing things, correct?
Yeah.
You never wrote that down, did you?
I wasn't going to write that statement down on the glove. I remembered that, and I went back to the ambulance and told them.
You did memorialize that statement on any note that we have, correct?
No.
You didn't memorialize that statement on any glove that you were wearing, correct?
No.
Whatever you wrote down on that glove, where is that now?
Yeah, I don't have it, obviously.
I don't know how obvious it is. What'd you do with it?
You just scratch everything out and you throw out the glove.
Just threw it away.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes.
So we don't know what was actually on or not on that glove, do we?
I didn't write those words down on that glove.
As we stand here, we don't know what was or wasn't on that glove, do we?
Name, date of birth, no meds, no history, no allergies. And then I wasn't writing that statement down on the glove. I went back to the ambulance and just reported it.
And importantly, it was important enough, as you say, to go back and report the statement, but not important enough to write it down with that pen that is very conveniently in your right hand, correct?
It's not about importance. I was relaying that information to the ambulance verbally. I didn't need to write it down.
And you, in fact, didn't write it down, did you?
No, I didn't make a report about it.
And you're also aware that not a single police officer out at the scene wrote that down either. Objection.
Sustained.
That's all I have.
Mr. Brennan, can you do a redirect in 5 minutes?
I can.
Okay.
We're going to hold it to that. Start a timer for 5 minutes. Set a timer for 5 minutes.
Ma'am, when Mr. Jackson would show you part of your testimony from a prior proceeding, was he leaving something out when he was showing you that, asking you questions?
Sustained.
When he asked you about whether you knew Caitlin Albert, and you said you went to high school with her, did you immediately then answer questions describing that relationship?
Correct.
Watch the form.
Were you asked immediately other questions about the relationship?
I explained the relationship over and over again throughout the testimony.
In fact, you described the relationship over 20 times, didn't you?
I'm sure it was that many.
You didn't simply just say, somebody named Kate. I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert. You didn't leave it at that, did you?
No, I didn't.
Do you remember saying, I would say more acquaintances, not close friends?
Right.
You remember immediately saying after that, I would say we had mutual friends. We might see each other occasionally because of mutual friends, but we don't have a one-on-one friendship or hang out regularly?
Right.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
You remember many more statements after that initial answer where you described the relationship.
Yes.
Similarly, you were asked about a meeting with the state troopers,
Yes.
and the attorney asked you a question about your memory or suggesting that Mr. Albert set up the meeting. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
You were asked questions just like that before at the last hearing, weren't you?
Yes.
Remember being asked about who set up the meeting and you saying that you didn't recall?
Yes.
And then do you remember being asked about whether a completely different officer set up the meeting and you said, I don't remember exactly how it was set up?
Yes.
Followed by, so that was my next question. You may have told me this. Do you have any recollection who set that interview up and you said you didn't?
Right.
And you were specifically asked, does the name Kevin Albert sound familiar?
Objection.
Do you remember saying no?
The objection sustained.
Do you remember when you were asked at the last hearing, does the name Kevin Albert sound familiar? Do you remember what you told Attorney Jackson?
I told him no.
And then you were then asked, do you know Kevin Albert? Do you remember your response?
I said no.
When you were there trying to help the gentleman that was on the ground, did you know this would become a homicide investigation?
No.
Did anybody tell you this was a homicide?
No.
In fact, when you spoke, or the defendant spoke to you, you were simply trying to get background information to help Mr. O'Keefe. When she told you, I hit him, did she say that she hit him with something?
No.
Did you know whether it was with a fist or a foot
No.
or a Lexus?
No.
You mentioned this was not part of your role to investigate. Why didn't you persist? Why didn't you follow up and ask more questions about that statement? What about the situation and the dynamics caused you not to ask questions?
Sustained is to that.
Why didn't you persist in getting more information from the defendant when she said, I hit him?
I felt bad for her at the time. It was a very disturbing scene, and I did not want to push further down that road. It's not my job, and I didn't feel comfortable doing it.
Did you write those statements down on your glove?
No.
Then how do you remember she made those statements?
I won't ever forget those statements.
I have no further questions.
Anything, Mr. Jackson?
Very briefly, that was a disturbing scene, you said, right?
Yes.
An emotional scene.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
A scene that was upsetting.
Yes.
A lot of people.
Yes.
For a lot of reasons, right?
Yes.
And that's when things start getting missed. When emotion starts playing a role, correct? That's when details start getting missed.
I guess it depends on the situation.
Right, but this was a disturbing emotional, upsetting scene, even for you, correct?
I felt that for a civilian to see it, it was very disturbing for them.
Probably wasn't great for you either, was it?
It's not.
Yeah. And your testimony is you never heard my client say, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Correct? You never heard that.
I didn't hear those questions. No.
What you heard was, I hit him. Is that right?
I heard him. I hit him repeatedly.
And changing gears for a quick second, I'm almost finished, Your Honor.
Almost done.
You did ultimately start talking about your relationship in more detail with Caitlin Allen under my questioning, didn't you, after that first date? Is that right?
Yes.
That's when I started showing you photographs, correct?
Objection. Was that when you were seen showing photographs?
I don't know. I described it so many times. I don't remember.
But you knew I had information that I was going to ask you about.
Objection.
No.
Objection.
Finally, with regard to Kevin Albert, did Trooper Proctor tell you during that interview that he had texted with with Officer Kevin Albert about setting up your interview? Did he tell you that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Did Trooper Proctor tell you that the reason we're here, the reason we set this up is because Kevin Albert texted me that he had already coordinated with you?
Never, no.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Ms. McLaughlin, you are all set. Jurors, I appreciate you going
Photos
a little
did not
later
come
and,
in.
Lunch, just finish your witness. So why don't we do that? We'll give you 45 minutes, come back at 5 minutes past.
All rise for the court, please. Close your notebooks and follow me.
All right, as they go to lunch, we're going to go to lunch as well. They say they're coming back 5 minutes after 2, so I'm going to let you take all the way up till 2 o'clock. I know that's quite generous of me, but I'm in a giving mood today. It's been a good weekend, so we're going to be back a little bit before 2. We have a portal set up that will take you right over to it. So if you want to stay here and talk to the same people you've been talking with here about what we've heard so far during the lunch break while I'm off eating, that's okay. You can do that. That would be awesome if you did, as a matter of fact. I'd like to thank all the people who clicked the like button. We got well over 1,100 likes, which is fantastic. Thank you very much. Why did the photos come in the first one? Because they were relevant. In the first one, and this is the only way to say it, in the first one, she did not volunteer that information. Yes, she told the jury, she answered that way, but only after she was confronted with her relationship by the defense. This time, it was brought out by the prosecution. It was not I have to prove it. We have to wave this in front of the jury and say, she's lying. They got ahead of it. Prosecution, the Commonwealth did a great job getting ahead of that, and it took away that mic drop moment that AJ was looking for. And the bikini pictures. I mean, you in a bikini next to a family member, that looks like you're close. It looks like, hey, we hang out, we're friends, we're buds. We're this comfortable together. There was no impeachment this time. There was no impeachment worth anything. So I would say that Commonwealth did a much better job with this witness's testimony this time around. And AJ did not get what he wanted, including the pictures in, which he had them ready to go. There were many sidebars, but the judge ruled they never got to the point where they would become admissible because they, in and of themselves, don't tell the jury anything about the crime that did or didn't occur. It goes into this person's relationship. It would have to be impeachment to get there, and it came out at the beginning. So there we go. We are, I think also the sound, the issue we had with the sound, I think it was the wireless microphone on the lectern in back. The battery went dead. That's my call. That's why it was so hard to hear Brennan. It was so hard to hear Mr. Jackson towards the end. Hopefully we can get those batteries changed, and then the questioning they do from the back of the room will pick up a little bit better. But I do apologize for that terrible static we had there. My ears are still ringing. Not sure we need to see RA in a bikini. You are not going to find that picture. It does not exist because it never happened. All right, quick time for lunch. We're going to be back at 2 o'clock, so you get about 35 minutes now. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again at 2 o'clock. I'll straight up or a couple minutes before then. I am out. I'm out of goldfish with Old Bay seasoning. Yes, this is a big 27.3 ounce box that I just opened on Saturday, but they're gone now. Just a couple crumbs that I can, just enough to smell. Josh, you gave away 10 memberships. Thank you, Josh, one of our great mods here, rewarding you guys for reaching the goal of 1,000 likes on the stream by giving away memberships. Thank you to the lucky recipients. We're going to see you after lunch. Hang on for the portal. Grab your portal buddy. Make sure you arrive on the other side. To indicate that you landed safely, as soon as you arrive, click the like button. That way we'll know you're okay, and we won't send people looking for you. You guys have a great lunch. We'll see you afterwards. Bye-bye.